Good afternoon, everybody. We're back here at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club in Mount Kisco, New York for the second day of the 2021 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. The field today, it's been whittled down to 4 players, 2 players left in the winner's side of the bracket and 2 players left in the back draw. I'm back here today with my broadcasting partner, Bob Schewior, and as you can see, I have decided to mimic Bob's hat today. I wasn't going to let him have all the fun by himself, so decided to take out my little hat.
Yeah,
that I
looking
picked up
good.
in Italy a couple summers ago, and I feel much more into it today. How are you today, Bob?
I'm great. We were talking a little bit before about, you see TV broadcasters, tennis broadcasters in particular, because that's what we've been doing, and they're doing this day after day, and man, we both worked pretty hard yesterday and we both slept well last night.
We did.
I'd only say with regard to the hats, we are also opening up on YouTube today for comments. There's a live chat, so if you anyone wants to put in a couple comments about our hats or anything at all, obviously about the match that you'd like us to address, we're more than happy to interact with you guys today and hope that you'll take advantage of that opportunity.
That's correct, Bob. So we're going to open up on our feature court today with the first match, the finals of the winner's bracket, which is Gary Kushnirovich versus Henry Ruger. We got a good look at Gary yesterday, but today we're going to get our first look at the top seed here, Henry Ruger, who is going to be a freshman at Columbia this year. He is from Philadelphia, and I'm really looking forward to taking a good look at Henry. I got to watch him play a little bit yesterday, but today I'm going to get a good look at him, and he's had some really, really good results this summer. As I mentioned, he's going to be a freshman at Columbia this fall. He's part of an absolutely excellent recruiting class coming in to Columbia, which, if you don't know, is one of the top tennis programs in the country now. Henry was a finalist at the 2021 ITA Summer Circuit tournament in Chatham, New Jersey. He was also a finalist a few weeks ago at the $3,400 Poughkeepsie Tennis Club Classic. He's a 5-star recruit from Philadelphia. He reached the 4th round at Kalamazoo, the USTA Boys National Championship. The last time it was held in 2019. And again, he's going to be playing Gary Kushnirovich, who we mentioned yesterday is a 3-time shootout champion, holds an ATP career high ranking of 1,078 in the world, played for St. John's University, and Gary is well known to the fans here at Chestnut Ridge. And on Court 8, which we're not streaming today because we have a extra camera angle on our show court, but playing to stay in the tournament is Alex Visser versus Josh Williams on Court 8, and the winner of that match will play the loser of this match that we have on the feature court later today.
So, Henry Ruger, I didn't get a chance to really see him play much yesterday, but I did see his results, and you're saying that he's playing good tennis. Well, the proof is in the pudding. He pretty much handled everyone quite routinely yesterday to get to this round. So
he sure did.
This is going to be a challenge there for Gary. Of course, Gary, we saw yesterday, has that enormous serve, and that can get him out of all sorts of trouble.
Yeah. And as the players take their final warm-ups, we wanted to say thank you to our sponsors again. As you see, there's banners behind the court. We thanked each of our sponsors individually yesterday, and here you see some of the different sponsors that help make this tournament possible, and we'll talk about each of them again today and really, really thank them for their support. We also thank Brad Breakstone, the tournament director, done an excellent job putting together this absolutely fantastic event, and everybody that made it possible, including Chestnut Ridge Racket Club, Philip Oler, our producer, and we're really looking forward to day 2 of action as the players finish up their warm-ups and get a drink of water, and get ready to play. And
Yeah.
Bob, as you see maybe on the court now, there's going to be a few different changes today. We're going to have ball kids out there in each of the matches, and which will make the matches run a little bit more smoothly. And in addition to my hat being a nice addition to our
Well, I hope the
today.
ball kids stay safe, because one of them was running out to pick up a ball when Gary was hitting a serve. And that could have been a 911 call right there, because that serve is a rocket. In any case, I hope they stay safe out there. Okay. Just a quick reminder for everyone, we are playing short sets up to 4, no ad scoring. And if it's 3-3, the players will play a 12-point tiebreak. That's the first one to 7. And when we play shorter games and shorter sets, we were talking about this yesterday, each point is a little more crucial than in a longer match. So these guys, doesn't seem like it's just the start, but they're under a little more pressure than they might be in a regular type match right at the opening gun.
All right, well, we're about to start the opening match for today, and Gary Kushnerovich to serve to Henry Ruger. And as you see, Gary opened up with an absolute bomb out wide to get his first ace of the day and open up this first game 15-love. There we got a little bit of a look at the firepower from Henry Ruger. He really stayed firm, his weight well on balance on that backhand return, and was able to get back to neutral and then take advantage of a weak reply from Gary. And Henry, you saw Henry rip his backhand cross court. Really a nice looking backhand. Another good return right at Kushnerovich's feet from Henry, and Henry is now in good position in this game. Gary serving 15-30.
That serve was hit pretty hard, but I don't think he quite found his spot.
I think
Ruger
right.
was able to get on that one.
Gary got that. He definitely hit a spot on that one and was able to stretch Ruger. He wasn't able to get a lot of his racket on it and unable to get the return in the court. So I think what we're seeing is that if Ruger gets waits for his chances and gets a couple good looks at Gary's serve, that he's going to make the most of them. He looks really solid off his return, very short backhand stroke, well on balance. And there, I think Henry would like to have another look at that second serve. He didn't do a lot with it, and Gary was able to run around and really wallop that forehand.
Now, because we had a little rain last night, I don't think the kick serve's going to be jumping up quite as high today. I think the conditions are going to keep the balls a little lower.
You could be correct, Bob. I walked on the court a little bit just before the match, and it did seem a little bit heavier than it was yesterday. But, man, Gary just put in an absolute bomb to close out the game. So he bookended the game with 2 absolutely huge aces, and to go up 1-love. The players will change ends, and we'll get a look at Henry's serve.
Now, for those of you watching and looking at shot selection, I think Gary gave us a great example there at the 30-all point, where he had gone out wide on the previous point to the deuce, and he'd gotten burned with a forehand. And he immediately went up the tee and said, let me try somewhere else here. I don't want to give him that shot again. I've already learned that that's possibly a dangerous place to put the ball. So tennis players are always live and learn, adjusting as they go, and neither of these guys would be out here if they weren't really good at that skill.
That's very true, Bob. Henry Ruger to serve. Now, I think we're going to see contrasting styles. It doesn't seem to me that Henry's serve is going to be quite as big as Gary's, but I think Henry's strength is in off of his ground. His backhand looks just solid, and that's his first forehand advantage. He's got a big, heavy forehand, so Gary was unable to handle that one. But the pop that I heard off of Henry's backhand was pretty solid, and you see, as is the case with a lot of righties, their forehand has a lot more wrist action and a lot more pop off of it. But the two-handed backhand might be a little bit more steady, and I think that's what we're going to see from Henry. So Henry with 15 love, second serve. Henry did get a nice out wide second serve there. A little bit didn't quite have the MPHs or the pop off of it, and Gary was able to step up and take it nice and early and rip it cross court. And Gary himself has a really nice looking two-handed backhand. And wow, did Henry just pop that mid-court ball there off the backhand side. He's got a lot of rotation through his two-handed backhand.
Beautiful. I mean, he's gotten a good look at two backhands, and he's ripped them both to perfect locations. So we're starting to see why he was so successful in the early rounds yesterday.
Gary got a little bit of a tough bounce in there, but we have a question from Julian Zlob, and he asked, what is Gary's biggest weakness? And that's a tough one. Gary's got a lot of strengths. He sometimes goes for a little bit too much off the ground, as you saw there, rather than maybe just putting the ball back deep into play. And I've seen Gary play so many matches over the years. I'd say his return to serve could certainly use a little bit more consistency. But Gary's game is all gas, no brakes, and I don't think he's changing it at this part of his career. No. So you saw now Henry held 1-all, and Gary's going to serve at 1-all in the first set.
So I'd agree with you there to answer Julian's question. Gary's not going to want to be playing a lot of long points out here. So if you could somehow move the ball around, not let him get too set, and make him hit 7 or 8 balls a point, that would be a way to maybe get to him. It's just not that easy to do because he is so powerful.
That's true, Bob. I think Gary caught Henry a little bit off guard with that out wide serve there. Gary didn't quite get the pop on it, but I think Henry was looking for the big flat one up the tee. 15 love. And there you got a great look at what happens when a big server doesn't quite hit his spot, but Henry really leaned into that backhand return very nicely. Saw that Gary was serving and volleying off of that first serve, and got the ball right down at Gary's feet. It was really a beautiful thing, Bob, because Henry did not try to do too much with that return. He just stood in there, very short swing, and blocked it right down to Gary's feet, and Gary couldn't control it.
Well, we saw a lot of serve and volley yesterday from Gary, so
we did see some.
It's going to be another part of his game today as well.
And Gary stretches Henry a little wide on that backhand, and Henry unable to bring it down into the court. So Gary is now up 30-15 in this game. Oh, that's a big serve up the tee from Gary. Really, had a lot of action on it and was moving away from Henry. Now we have a question from a Phantom for Kiwi, asking, is Nick Kyrgios not only the greatest player to play the game, but also the most entertainment? And I'm going to ask Phantom Kiwi to ask legitimate questions, and please to keep the questions about the players that we're watching here today. Thank you, Phantom, for Kiwi for watching. We really appreciate all of our viewers, even those asking totally irrelevant questions.
I think we know who he is.
I think
though.
we do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And Gary with the hold. So we'll go up 2-1. So now we're going to say thank you to one of our sponsors, Fado. Fado, founded in July of 2018, is the love child of many fashion industry talents. Located in Katona, we love introducing new brands and products into our market in hopes to inspire and provoke individuality. Thank you, Fado.
So the owner of Fado is Lisa Hickey. She's one of my students. She's improving her tennis game all the time, and if her shop is anything like her tennis, I've been trying to encourage my wife, because we live in Katona, to go over and let's go shopping, honey. But I haven't gotten a yes yet. So,
Okay.
but I'm still working on it.
Well, everybody make sure they visit the Fado shop in Katona. Henry now serving at 1-2 in this first set.
Well, it is early, but we have gotten to see how great Gary's serve is. I just think sooner or later, if Henry doesn't start to pick up, well, there's a nice second serve there.
And a really solid volley there from Henry. Yeah, I agree, Bob. Henry's serve is clearly doesn't have the pop that Gary's does, but the game behind Henry's serve is really solid.
Yeah.
He is.
And that
good.
second serve was sneaky good on the last
That second
point.
serve was sneaky good. And the error from Henry on the backhand out wide. Gary really got a lot of weight behind that return and was able to bury it in the corner, make it a very difficult ball for Henry to handle. I suspect that when Henry gets to Columbia, that one of the things that Coach Howie Endelman is going to look at is to develop his serve so that it doesn't become a liability. Because I think that is one area of his game that very quickly we can see does need some improvement. So Gary with a slight opening here, 15-30.
You shut that.
A couple errors from Henry here, and he's in a precarious position here in this first set. Gary now has 3 break points again because we're playing no ad, and if he can convert on one of them, he will serve for this opening set. See maybe a little frustration from Henry there. He went for the really big serve down the middle, down the tee.
No.
And wow, a second serve double fault from Henry, and Gary gets the break. He's going to serve up 3-1. He's going to serve to take this opening set. What a quick turn of events there.
Well, a couple of years ago, I was lucky enough to have lunch with Alan Fox down at the U.S. Open, and we were talking about point importance, shot selection, things like that, and he said one of the things that he always looks at is when he gets his first break point against his opponent, where does the opponent choose to serve the ball? Because that first break point, he's sort of telling you, this is my favorite, this is my go-to. And we saw there he didn't make it, but maybe we at the same time learn something about Henry wanting to go up the tee there.
Just an update from the Williams and Williams Visser match. Williams is now up 2-0 in the first set. And a double fault from Gary, so now we have back-to-back double faults, one from Ruger, one from Gary. Again, Gary now serving for the opening set, down love 15. Big serve from Gary, and Henry did have a look at it but was unable to control it. Perhaps Gary coming in, serving and volleying caused Henry to lift up his head and not make such clean contact. Gary now serving 15 all, second serve. Gary pushes that forehand a little bit long. He's now down 15-30. So we have another question from Julian Slob that says, how much does Gary's experience play a role in his domination of Ruger right now? Well, it's a good question, Julian. Gary's experience definitely plays a big role. As we mentioned yesterday, Gary is the oldest competitor in this field this year. He has played ATP tournaments, futures all over the world. Has went through 4 years of playing college tennis and has played thousands and thousands of matches. And Henry is just going into his freshman year at Columbia and has yet to experience really any of the big pressures on the college circuit or the pro circuit that Gary has. And Gary obviously has won this event 3 times, and so he's played different formats, and his experience seems to be part of the difference right now. And now Gary's serving up 40-30. He now has 2 set points. Oh, a really, really nice passing shot there from Ruger. Gary did well to hit a pretty sharp volley off a well hit backhand return from Ruger. So what you're seeing here is 2 players with a lot of game. So, to answer Julian's question, the experience may be a big factor right now. What do you think, Bob?
I think it's possibly helping him, but more is his serve. Yes.
Big serve up the tee from Gary, but Ruger gets a good return and gets the break back. So Ruger back on serve early in this first set. Well, not late in this first set, actually.
Yes.
So next management, with offices in New York, London, Paris, Milan, Los Angeles, and Miami. Next Management is the leading global fashion management agency, connecting top talent in fashion and entertainment with prominent international brands. Founded by Faith Cates and Joel Wilkenfeld, Next is known for discovering and propelling the world's most recognizable models to stardom. Next has forged personal brands for an impressive roster of talent by building dynamic relationships with partners and ensuring long-lasting careers. Thank you, Next Management, for supporting the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout.
So just before we went on air, Brian and I were discussing, is it more likely that there'll be a service break immediately following a break of serve? And I had some data from Wimbledon from a couple of economists which said no, but we just got some little bit of anecdotal evidence there that, well, at least we saw Gary had a couple of game points there to close out the set. Elected to serve and volley on both of them, didn't come up with the game.
So Henry up 15 love here now. And one of the things I mentioned to Bob that I'd like to see about that data is I'd like to see it from more of a broad base of tournaments rather than just Wimbledon. And the other thing is that we have to consider is that we're playing no ad here, and that no ad changes everything. I think it changes all the stats. So, wow. Henry really showing some speed there and some athletic ability. Both players showing some athletic ability. So Henry now up 30 love, down 2-3 here in this first set. And so,
well, no ad would suggest that we'd see a few more breaks than we might ordinarily have.
That I don't know about, but I do think it would change the statistical field in terms of both, well, possibly, I'm not sure which way it would go. I think not having one shot at it and being able to rip one shot and take the game with that changes everything. So. Henry played some excellent defense there, but kind of overplayed that lob and landed short, and Gary did a backhand slam dunk.
Elegant flip of the wrist there to knock that one over his head.
So now 15-30.
You got to be pretty strong, fans, in order to pull that one off.
No doubt. Oh, it looked like Henry just pushed that ball a little bit long. It looked like there was a little bit of a stutter step right there before he made contact with the ball, and that may have cost his timing to go off a little bit. So a crucial point here now for Henry, serving 2-3, 30 all. And again, if Henry holds here, we'll play a tiebreaker, a regular 12-point tiebreaker for the first set. Now we just got an update from the Visser-Williams match, and it appears that we're tied at 2-2 there. So Williams was off to an early lead, and now Visser has fought his way back. Ooh, and Gary rips that backhand just a little bit long. And Henry would now have a game point or 2 game points to level this first set and take it to a tiebreaker. There was some pop off of that serve, and I really like his backhand. He steps up and takes it early, stays low, and he just absolutely ripped a screamer back at Gary, and Gary was unable to get the kind of look he would have liked, and ended up putting what was not the most difficult ball in the world in the net. So now we're tied at 3-all. We're going to play a tiebreaker for the opening set. Man, does Henry have some wheels. What a shot. He was able to get that ball that was well below, I think that was well below his ankles, and was able to lift it up and over the highest part of the net and pass Gary. But Henry really showed some wheels on that opening point of the tiebreaker.
He hit a great shot, no doubt about it. I didn't really like Gary going for a drop shot there, but that's all right.
I would agree with that. It almost worked, though. Henry falling off his back foot there and putting what looked to be a pretty easy forehand in the bottom of the net. So we're at 1-1 in this opening set tiebreaker. What a play there by Gary. Used the drop shot to close off the net there, and I think that's what he was trying to do on the last point. But was in a little bit better position there, and had Henry a little bit more out of position. So
yeah, he didn't hit his drop shot quite as high over the net either. There wasn't nearly as much time to get up there and do something.
That's correct. So now Gary's serving at 2-1 in this opening set. Oh, and Henry, what a screamer of a backhand return. And again, man, does he stay just low and on balance on his backhand, and it is able to, it's a very clean, efficient stroke. Like there, you wouldn't, if you were just looking at the stroke in isolation, you wouldn't think that it was as much of a screamer as it was. But man, was it a beautiful thing. And again, well, he got a little bit of help from the net there, but that was not an easy ball, and Henry really got very low, and he has so much rotation off of his core that he's able to really get a lot of pace behind that backhand.
Well, Gary's really sticking with the serve and volley. It's not working so well right now, unfortunately for him. He's hitting some great serves. Must give Ruger a lot of credit for some really top-level returning of serve.
That's correct, Bob. So now Henry serving at 3-2 in the tiebreaker. Henry, he's got a lot of control off that backhand there. He knew it was a tough low ball, and really just lifted it up and pushed Gary way back. Didn't go for too much pace on that backhand, and it really, I think, kind of threw Gary off that
he may have hit it off the line. It was very close, one way or the other. It was way back there.
So now we're at 4-2 Ruger in this first set tiebreaker. And a score update from Court 8. Visser has just gone up 3-2, so now he has taken the last 3 games in the opening set there. Williams is serving, so they're on serve there. Williams serving to stay in that first set. So now the players have changed ends, and Henry will serve at 4-2 in this opening set tiebreaker. And another excellent observation from Julian Zlob. He says everything seemed to be going well for Gary until he started serving, volleying, and drop shotting. Any sense why he would do that? Maybe we'll ask him a little bit later. And Henry, man, I think he'd like to have that backhand back.
He sure would.
A mid-court backhand looked like he was a little slow getting up to it, but you know, that's the first one I've seen him miss today. So.
Yeah.
But
he just proved he's human.
But he just proved he's human, so it could be, but it could prove to be crucial. Now Gary serving at 3-4 in this opening set tiebreaker. And Visser has just taken the first set on Court 8, so 4 straight games there from Alex Visser after going down 2-love to take the opening set. Oh, Gary with a uncharacteristic double fault. And you know, the amazing thing about that was that serve that Gary just caught the top of the net and didn't go over for him. Man, did he have a lot of rotation on it, because it started after he hit it. It dropped from about 6 feet over the net to hitting the top of the net within a distance of maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a lot of rotation on that. And wow, not a smart forehand from Gary. So he loses. That's the second time in this tiebreaker he's just lost both points on his serve.
Mm-hmm.
So now Ruger in control here, up 6-3. He'll have 3 set points to close out this first set. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a double elimination tournament, so the loser of this match will not be out of the tournament. They will have to play the winner of the Williams-Visser match, and the winner of that match will take on the winner of this match in the final match of the day. Gary moved Ruger around very nicely there and drew the error from Henry, but Henry will get another chance on his serve to close out this first set. I'm gonna guess that Ruger's gonna go down the middle here. Actually, I think he's gonna go out wide. I'm changing my mind, and I was wrong. I should have stuck with my first instinct. But man, Gary, well, Ruger got a little help from the net again there, but was in a good position, drew the short lob and slammed the overhead away to take this first set. Wow, wait, did we have the score correct there? I thought that was.
I thought it was set.
First set. We may have had a mistake in the scoring there.
On that passing shot?
Well, now we have the first set. Ruger takes the first set, and so, you know, interesting. Gary lost 5 points on his serve in that tiebreaker. You know, so 5 out of the 7 points that Ruger won in that tiebreaker were on Gary's serve.
Well,
you wouldn't expect that.
No, you wouldn't expect that. Obviously, Ruger gets a lot of credit for those returns, but if you're Gary now and you're sitting on the bench getting ready to say, how am I going to make my comeback? I mean, one thing you should be saying is, this has never happened to me before, where I've lost a big handful of points on my serve in a row like this. This is an aberration.
Okay. Well, thank you to Perry's Roofing. Perry's Roofing is a locally owned and operated company that values honesty and integrity in all aspects of our business. Our services are customized to your individual needs, paying close attention to the details of each project that we are involved with. Check out the new bar just outside of Court 10 at Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. Thank you, Perry. And I don't see Perry Verone around here today. I believe he is playing a match on the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club 50 and over team against my club at New Rochelle Tennis Club.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. I know they do play each other today, and so he is probably there.
So, as all tennis players know, after a tiebreak, we switch the order of serving. So, Henry Ruger starting it off now in the second set.
Yeah, and again, Gary with a drop shot. I got to tell you, Henry's pretty quick. I don't know that I'd be drop shotting him very much out there.
you know, we might not have expected this, but I'd say in the more, what you might call a standard type baseline rally.
Wow, Henry showed a
Gary's
lot of range on that point.
Gary's been, let's say, 50-50 in those points. It's the serve and volley and the drop shots where he's playing sort of slightly with more variation that hasn't paid off for him.
I think you're right, Bob. So now on the last 2 points, Henry's really opened up his forehand and shown that he has some pace and some heaviness off the forehand side as well. So 40 love Ruger in this opening game of the second set. Ruger took the first set in a tiebreaker. And a very nice,
that was a nice serve.
Out wide serve there from Ruger to take this opening game in the second set.
Now our format now,
when I say
our format permits Gary now to possibly be thinking like, I may not win this match, it's not looking that good right now, but it's double elimination, and I'm going to get this guy when I see him next time around.
Yep, that's certainly something to think about, but that is going to require Gary to play an extra match. And it may not be as warm as yesterday, but it is pretty humid out here today, and I would not want to be playing the extra match if I was Gary. So you know, I think that he really has to kind of try to get back in there. He's not out of this match for sure by any means yet.
No.
So.
Thanks.
It's now Gary to serve down love 1 in this second set. And man, big 1-2 there. The big serve down the middle and the big forehand. The classic American first shot, first strike tennis. Just pushed that forehand a little long. Looked like he got in a little too quick there, and the ball may have gotten a little bit behind him. But man, on Gary's serve there, I don't know if you heard the same sound I did, Bob, but it sounded like a bomb went off.
Absolute bomb. And again, Ruger's making him play. Got that ball back. Got in the rally.
Gary man, just misses that backhand volley. Had himself in good position there, but didn't quite keep his balance and pushed that backhand volley a little long, and so a little soccer juggling there from Gary. So hopefully he's using some of the techniques that he talked about yesterday during our interview to find a second wind here. Another serve volley arrow there. He, you know, may want to think about trying something a little different here. But perhaps he's working on his serve and volley game. I don't know.
Well, I would say, see, when you're getting beat in a point, I think you have to look at, did I run the wrong play, or did I just fail to execute? And I think he's running some good plays now. Those 3 points he lost, he was in exceptional position on 2 of them and pretty good position on 1, and he just didn't execute.
Yeah.
I think that's where he should be going to. Like, I can do this. I just got to get my eye on the ball and take my time.
Well, Henry, and another error from Gary off the mid-court backhand. I got to tell you, I think Henry is starting to clue in on Gary's serve, because he is seems to be predicting, you know, guessing which side Gary's going to pretty effectively. So games. Now we break a serve for Ruger here in this second set, and he's in a commanding position. Now up 1 set and 2-love up a break. And again, we're playing short sets here, so 4 games wins the set. So Ruger serving 2-love and now in this second set. Able to move Ruger laterally there and draw the error. So let's see if Gary can get himself back into the second set. A little bit of an opening here, love 15.
Well, if I'm Ruger here, I'm looking for a different ball at this point for my first serve, because this one is fluffed up just a little from those couple of lets. Takes a couple miles an hour off of the first serve.
That's an interesting observation, Bob. Score update from Court 8. Alex Visser winning the first set there. We're at 1-all in the second set with Visser serving. Gary trying to gather his thoughts here. It looks like 15-all in this game. Ruger up 2-love. Gary going up to check the mark there, and it looks like he's going to give it to him.
He got the line.
Looked like he did get a little bit of the line. And again, that goes back to the sportsmanship that we're seeing out here from all of the competitors in this invitational only showcase. Really, really tremendous sportsmanship we've seen over these 2 days so far, Bob.
Totally agree. Well-placed serve.
Well-placed serve there from Ruger. He gets the error from Gary. Now Ruger up 40-15. I think Gary may have given Ruger a call there. It sort of may have been a little long, but nonetheless, Ruger holds and goes up 3-love. So, Trophy Central. Thank you to Trophy Central. At Trophy Central, it is the smile that matters. Nothing makes us happier than when a customer sends us a picture of kids smiling from ear to ear as they receive their end-of-season awards, or an office worker proudly holding one of our custom award plaques for their colleagues to see. Trophy Central is proud to provide the awards for the Summer Pro Shootout. Thank you to Trophy Central.
Thank you. So I'd only say there, I mean, we've both been commenting how much we like Henry Ruger's backhand, but that last one showed some great variety because he attacked that ball but with more height and spin, and it was a different stroke from that low flat bullet that he's been hitting for quite a bit of the match. So it's not only good, but he's got excellent variety with that shot.
That's an excellent observation, Bob, and that's what makes him so dangerous and made him such a prize recruit for Columbia to land. And again, Gary Kushnerovich, having played for St. John's, another local tennis power, Columbia obviously becoming a national power. Really tremendous job there by the coaching staff, and they're only getting better and have an absolute monster recruiting class coming in this year, and next year they'll get the Junior Wimbledon champion, Samir Banerjee. So how we end up looking to compete for a national championship. And for those of you that don't know or don't watch college tennis, I really encourage you to get out there and support some of the local programs there, like St. John's, Columbia, Monmouth, Hofstra, and some of the other local programs. College tennis is, and even Yale, we're very close to Yale here as well. College tennis is such a great product, and I think that anybody that loves tennis would enjoy the action and the excitement of college tennis. What a passing shot there from Ruger. Ruger now up love 30 on the Kushnirovich serve. Gary's serving to stay in this match.
Well, that's totally true there on college tennis. The fan atmosphere is outstanding. Okay, so it's looking like I may get a chance to coach Gary, because I think he's going to get back against Ruger in the final, but we'll see. We're way off.
Okay.
But one thing I'm going to tell him is I want you to hit a ton more serves to the forehand.
Could be.
We're 30 all.
Could be good advice. Yep, we're at 30 all in this 3-love Ruger in the second set. Again, Gary serving to stay in the match.
So again, I don't have any real stats on this, although I did ask Craig O'Shaughnessy to look into it, and I haven't heard anything. But my observation from the Pro Tour, and these guys aren't far away from that, is that forehand returns of serve are a little more dangerous, but they also miss quite a bit more often.
Okay.
So if you're Gary, that's the reason I'd say serve to the forehand. It would be nice to know you have a 15-love lead every game, because you're getting one mistake off of that forehand side instead of having to earn every point.
Okay. It's Gary now serving at 40-30 game point. He'll have 2 game points to force Ruger to serve out the match. And a big kick off that second serve to Gary. That's the best one we've seen so far, and really put Ruger almost at the fence there. So now Ruger will serve up 3-1. He's serving for the match here.
Ruger has picked up his serve as the match has gone on, too.
Certainly. Wow, both players.
What a point.
What a point. Both players showing some exceptional athleticism there. Ruger really did a good job to put himself in a winning position in that point, and Gary just played some excellent defense. He predicted that short volley from Ruger really well, and was able to sprint in and lift the ball up over Ruger's head. Really well done there. So just shows you Gary has not thrown in the towel just yet.
Absolutely not.
It's only one break. Slice from Gary in the net. So an update from court 8 there in the second set there. It looks like Williams is up a break, serving 2-1. Again, Visser taking the first set in that match. So they're battling out on court 8 to stay in the tournament and for the right to play the loser of this match. Henry now up 30-15 in this game, serving.
Well, that previous point, I just felt Gary was a little impatient again, trying to take a ball that was maybe a little too deep and hit a down-the-line slice approach.
Yeah.
The way Ruger has handled those passing shots. That would have been a tough one to pull off.
Yep. Well, we know Gary's got, like we said before, all gas, no brakes. He's going to have to live and die with the big balls. Now Ruger with 3 match points. Ruger went for the out wide second serve there and got a double fault, but I think he figured he was up 40-15 in this game with 3 match points. Why not take a chance? And I think we'll see something a little more conservative on this point. Gary really took advantage of a well-hit backhand down the line there and was able to sneak into the net to level this game at deuce. Again, we're playing no ad here, so Gary will get the choice of which side to return on here.
But he did a nice job there of being a little patient at the beginning of the point, playing with a little more height over the net, and he actually got the first sort of shorter ball there that he could attack.
So this is the interesting part of playing no ad here. We have match point, break point here.
Yeah.
So the winner of this point is it's going to maybe, I know you don't like the word momentum, but really could change this match if Gary can win this point. If not, the match is over. And the match is over. He gets the backhand error from Gary. Ruger takes this opening match of the day and advances with the win in the finals of the winners bracket. So we'll see Ruger back here a little bit later to take on whoever comes out of the losers bracket. Again, Williams and Visser now playing for the right to take on Gary to face Ruger again.
Okay.
So now I just got a score update from Court 8, and Williams has taken a lead 3-1. So there you take a look at the draw here, and you see that Ruger now will await the winner of. Well, Gary will move to the bottom bracket, and will await the winner of Visser and Williams, and now. Ruger will await the winner of that match. So the players are coming off the court here, and now maybe we'll be able to grab Henry for a little bit of a talk. We'll get to know him a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. So. Let's see if we can grab Henry and get him to come in, and we can talk to him a little bit. If you want to. Okay, so Henry's got a little business to take care of, and then we'll grab him and get to talk to him a little bit. Okay, so we have a little look in on Court 8 from an angle here, and hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of that match as we're coming down to the end of the second set. With, as I mentioned before, Williams is up a break, up 3-1, and if he's able to close that second set out, we will go to a tiebreaker. But it appears now that Visser has just held, so it's now 3-2. Williams will serve for the second set after the players' change ends.
Well, Williams, we saw yesterday, was remarkably good. That second match we watched him in, he went to the no-ad point 4 consecutive times on his serve and won all 4 of them. So he's a tough out on those big points.
Yeah, that's correct, Bob. So Henry Ruger has just joined us in the broadcast booth here at Chestnut Ridge, fresh off his win over Gary Kushnirovich. Thanks for joining us, Henry.
No, thank you guys. You know, I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to play some more tennis today. So, thank you. Yeah.
Really well done there. Give us your thoughts about the match.
Yeah. So first set, choppy start to the match. I think Gary was hitting some really good serves. I had to get acclimated to his return, and then I think I saved a set point at 3-1 deuce point on his serve. So I was happy to get back in the first set and then hold, and then tie breaks are every point counts. So I was happy to get that 7-5, and then I started strong in the second set. Just made more balls and was able to close it out at 3-1.
Did you realize that you won 5 points off of Gary's serve in the tiebreaker?
I didn't realize that. No, wow, yeah.
Yeah, 5 points off of Gary's serve. He helped
I don't
you out
think
on
he
the
won any, did he? On his serve in the tiebreak?
I don't know. I didn't do that math, but I did. I know that you did win 5 points off of Gary's serve in that tiebreaker. Gave you a little help with two double faults, but it looked to me as we got to the end of that first set, you started to anticipate his serve a little bit more than you had in the opening games. I don't know. Did you pick up something on his serve? Were you able to tell which direction he was going, or some?
Pick up anything. I think the first couple games he was very consistent with his first serve, so he was hitting his spots, but once he started losing a little rhythm on his serve, I think it was easier for me to anticipate it and get it back in the court.
Okay. Well, fair enough. We both were talking a little bit about your backhand. And how low you stay on your backhand, and you really you're very much on balance there, but you're able to kind of rotate through your backhand and put a real big oomph behind it. That's something that I really liked about your game. I mean, is that something that you really look for, is to take advantage of the neutral court backhands?
If you're able to, be aggressive with your backhand, that's a huge advantage. Yeah.
Okay.
So I was commenting during the match that if you call something like a baseline rally exchange a sort of a standard point, and then Gary was the one looking with the drop shot and the serve and volley to play other themes, that those other themes, going into the match, I think both Brian and I said, Gary doesn't want to play all standard points with you because you're probably a little better at it. But when he did deviate, he got himself into a big hole almost every time. So I want to just say great credit to your defensive skills, because he was throwing a lot at you and you responded extremely well.
Thank you so much. I was just trying to focus on when I'm on the defense, when he hits the big shot and comes to the net, just trying to make him play one more, and if he hits a volley winner or an overhead winner, that's too good. So, but it's just important to make him hit that extra shot.
I'm also very impressed. We've had a few of you guys come and sit with us. The emotional maturity in real, my young guys. Are you 20 yet or no? You just turned 20. Yeah. Okay, so you're an old man already, but but the emotional maturity of how you deal with different things going on the court is so good. Tennis, it has a history of having a lot of talented hitters, but head cases who can't keep their act together, and
including
uniformly
the ones to Bob's right, me. I'm talking about myself, obviously.
So anyway, a lot of credit to you on that, because that's always something I look for in terms of where's the ceiling, and if you have the right sort of mental thing running in the background, who knows how far you can go. Well done.
Thank you. Appreciate
So
that.
Henry, did you start at Columbia this past year, or are you coming in as a freshman in September?
So in September I'll be a sophomore. Okay. So I had a full year enrolled at Columbia.
Okay, that makes sense, right? Because the Ivy League didn't play this year, so you got a year to focus on your academics. And were you guys practicing or
a little bit? The fall we were all shut down, but in the spring they started opening up a tiny bit, and we got to practice a tiny bit, but we're biting at the bit to get at it in the fall. So we're all really excited. Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to watching you play in the finals here a little bit later. I'm looking forward to seeing you play Columbia, and watching your progress. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks
so much.
Well, good luck later.
Yeah.
Thanks. Let's take that off. Thanks, Henry. Okay, so we're still waiting for the match between Visser and Williams to finish up there. Let's see if we have a score update here. It looks like we're in a tiebreaker down on that court with Visser up, I believe, 3-1. So Visser came back again in the second set. Big kick serve from Visser. Man, Visser is really moving around the court with purpose and taking advantage of the mid-court balls there. That was an absolutely impressive point. It may not be as easy to tell from this corner angle there. We're trying to get you a view of court 8, but man, these guys, the level of play has just risen every match that we've seen over these 2 days, and these two guys out on court 8, Williams and Visser, are really battling right there with a big return from Visser. Visser hopping around the court and really looking for an opportunity to take advantage. He's using his forehand.
I mean, he was playing great yesterday, but he looks a little more hungry today.
He does.
Yeah.
So he's going to get it. Maybe. Well, he's up. Looks like he's up 5-1 now in this tiebreaker. And I would venture to guess that he wants another shot at Gary Kushnerovich, which if he wins 2 more points, he will get. Now with the sun is starting to peek out, it's getting a little warmer here. And if you're Henry Ruger, you're pretty glad to be in the locker room waiting for the next match for these guys to do battle.
Yeah.
And you're sitting back, you're having some lunch, just loving life right now. And Williams showing a little bit of speed there. And we have Visser up 5-2 now in the tiebreaker.
Well, one thing there to notice, that was an excellent drop shot, and Williams moved extremely well to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
But compared to Gary's, Visser's drop shot has quite a bit more backspin on it. And with these softer conditions today,
big serve from Visser down the tee there.
More of a difference.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Visser now with 5 match points. And goes for a big forehand there, but just misses. So now Williams will be serving with Visser up 6-3 in this tiebreaker. So Williams will be serving at 3-6 in this second set tiebreaker. Wow, these two battling out there, man.
That was some good hitting.
That was some good hitting. Visser got a deep return off of Williams' serve there, but Williams was able to somehow return the point to neutral and use his forehand, his inside-out forehand, to force Visser a little off the court and force him to hit the backhand long. So now, and another
Williams hanging around. That
Williams
return was just long.
Well, the return was just long. Okay, so now it's 5-6. Visser with one more match point. So Josh Williams now has saved 3 match points. And Visser will get one more on his serve. Visser. Oh, what a point by Alex Visser there to close out the match. So Visser takes the match, I believe it's 4-2, 4-3. So Visser will get another shot at Gary Kushnerovich here in a little bit, and the winner of that match will play Henry Ruger for the championship. So why don't we take a little break here as the players come off the court. There'll probably be a little downtime before Visser and Kushnerovich are ready to play on our show court. So we'll be back with you in a little bit. Thank you, everybody, again for joining us. Okay.
Hi, welcome back. I guess we're going to call this the semifinal of the back draw, and it's a rematch from yesterday. We have on the far side Gary Kushnirovich, and on the near side Alex Visser. And Gary happened to win that one yesterday. What was the score of that, Brian?
The score was a tight one, Bob. It was Gary Kushnerovich won 3-4, 7-4 in the tiebreaker in the first set to Visser. Then Gary stormed back in the second set for love, and 10-6 in the super tiebreaker. But I remember some absolutely fantastic points between these two, and it'd be interesting to see if their tactics change. So we'll looking forward to a good one here, and the winner of this will take on Henry Ruger for the championship. Henry now sitting back, probably with his feet up, eating a little bit of lunch, getting hydrated.
So here would be sort of a test of momentum, because my feeling is, just watching Gary warm up and coming off the court after this match this morning, a little earlier today, that he has a little negative hangover coming out to start this match, given his performance. I don't think he was hitting the ball that badly. His execution let him down, and maybe his game plan wasn't the best in terms of adjusting in that match. But he's shown that he can take Alex. He did it yesterday. It was pretty close, but once he got rolling in the second set, that super tiebreaker was pretty comfortable for him as well. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can, which match is going to dominate right now, his memories from yesterday or his memories from earlier today, because I think he's got to get his head cleared out and ready and back into playing.
Well, I would agree with you there, Bob. And I did talk to Gary a little bit after that match, and after the match earlier today, and he was a little upset with his tactics there. But I will tell you, Bob, I think that the best athletes have the shortest memories. Mm-hmm. And Gary is a pretty darn good athlete, as is Alex. I'm sure Alex has shaken off the match from yesterday. We caught the tail end of his match earlier this morning against Josh Williams, and Alex was really moving around the court with a lot of purpose. He was going after his forehand a lot more. It looked like he was getting a little more action on his serve. So I expect another great one here, Bob.
Yeah, I was very impressed with Alex this morning also, the bit that we got to see him play earlier today. He did have that extra purpose and spring in his step, and his drop shot, I think, one of his matches yesterday, he used the drop shot on, I would say, almost half the points, and he won 4-love, 4-1. So it's a big weapon for him. The court has dried out a little bit now. Earlier today it was a little bit wetter, which would make the drop shot more of a weapon. It's much closer now to maybe the conditions that they played in yesterday instead of earlier today. So I think this is a tough one. We can't really pick this one ahead of time. It was, for the first part of that match yesterday, was extremely close.
That's 100% correct, Bob. Yeah, and I'm not going to pick a winner. I do have an idea in my own head, and I'm going to keep it to myself who I think is going to win this. But I've known Gary a long time. I've known Alex's father a long time. Known Alex since he was a kid. I'm just going to say I'm looking forward to keep it neutral. I'm looking forward to a great match here. Really excited to see how these young kids, and we do have a younger field this year than we did last year, but I'm really, really impressed by Alex Visser, by Henry Ruger, by Josh Williams, and the Cacciatore brothers, some of the other players that we've had in this tournament, Aiden Riley, who's going to be a freshman at Yale. Really, really excited to see how these kids are playing and how these kids are developing their games, and I think they all have bright futures, and I'm glad we got to see some of these youngsters this year. Did I just use the word youngster?
Yes.
Wow, can't believe I said that. Phil, can we edit that out? No, so our producer says we can't edit that out. So, and I was actually talking to Gary in between matches, and I didn't realize Gary just turned 30. You know, I've known Gary 11 or 12 years, and man, you know, he started to say how, you know, he's not playing as much anymore. He's you know, obviously working a little bit more than he used to, and so practicing less. And you know, he notices how it's tougher to do just the little things like the short balls and you know, things like that.
Yeah.
You start to make boneheaded decisions.
When I was 39, Federer's current age, I was getting ready for 40 and over nationals, and I played a couple of men's open tournaments in Long Island. I don't know if you knew the name Leo Tedesco, but he used to run a ton of prize money tournaments on Long Island.
I know Robert Tedesco. Is that his father?
It could be. So this one particular one in the second or third round, I drew the kid who had played number 1 on the Eastern Church Cup team, and he was ranked at the time like number 400 in the world. And I won the second set. So didn't win the match, but definitely the kid knew he was in his match, because at the end his father came over to me and said, "You are some player." He didn't add, "for an old guy."
That's fantastic. All right, so we're about to start this matchup here, this rematch between Visser and Kushnirovich, with Kushnirovich to serve. That ball just a bit outside.
Just wide, yeah.
The return just a little bit long from Visser. So now we're starting to see, at least on Gary's side of the court, some of the shadows creeping into the court.
Now, yesterday Gary did do quite a bit of serve and volleying in this particular match against Alex, so it'll be interesting to see, since it didn't work out earlier today against Henry Ruger, if he's going to stick with that tactic, because it did work out pretty well yesterday.
Wow, that was a nice deep return there from Visser, and Gary did well to get around it and absolutely walloped it inside in forehand. So now 30 love for Gary in this opening game.
Well, that's the ability to do that is all coming from the proper use of his lower legs and loading his weight on that back leg. Even though he was going backwards, he was exploding forward from that foundation into the ball.
That's a good point, Bob. You know, I've always said in tennis, when you're moving forward, good things happen. Oh, Gary had a few double faults in the last match, and it looks like he hasn't, or it's staying with him now for the opening part of this match. You see that ball just, again, the topspin on the ball just dropped very, very quickly. Ooh, Visser did get to that ball. I think he had a little more time than he thought he did there, and was unable to handle it. Gary now up 40-15. Little slip there from Visser, but wow, Gary did really well to handle that low volley.
Tricky volley, and great return. I mean, he's so far back, and he was served out wide. Still was quick enough to get over there, get his racket on it, and force Gary to play another shot.
Right. So the players will change ends after this first game, with Gary up 1-love. Visser to serve. Okay, sport of a lifetime, enriching and motivational stories about those who love and participate in tennis over the age of 50. This is a volume of senior tennis through the stories and experiences of senior tennis players, from Gardner Malloy and Betty Eisenstein and Mayor David Dinkins to unknowns such as Chuck Nemeth, and include story from our very own John James. Thank you to Sport of a Lifetime for supporting the 2021
Thank you, Judy.
Chestnut Ridge Summer Pro Shootout. So Alex Visser opens up his service game with a big ace down the middle.
So Judy is actually here today watching
fantastic.
from the lawn, and maybe later we'll just get her for a couple of minutes to come over and say hi.
I hope we can do that.
Gary's doing a little groundskeeping now. Does help to keep the bounces a little more accurate to do that once in a while.
Also, sometimes players just do it to shrug off the last point. You know, they want to smudge out the mark.
Right.
And, you know, take a little break. Yeah. Wow, Alex really has a huge windup off his forehand today. Looks a little bit bigger than yesterday. And he's got a little more hop in his step, as I mentioned during the last match. But man, did he go for it out that forehand?
You just mentioned something though that I don't feel when in competition enough club players do, which is when there's a close mark and the call's been made, you should smudge it out on a clay court so that you don't confuse it later on with a mark from something else. So it's a good way to make sure you have more of a correctly identified mark later in the match.
It's a good idea for club players, all the club players out there, and the pro players too. Well, Alex looks like he's getting a lot more spin and a lot more pop off his second serve. And it's getting up a little higher on Gary than it did yesterday. You see there he was able to get the backhand return long from Gary. So Visser 40-15 and closes out the game with another backhand return miss from Gary. So now we're at 1-all in this first set. Gary went right back to the drop shot there, and he got a little lucky there because it right on the line, right, and it took a little bit of a took off once it hit the line out wide, and Visser unable to catch up with it. So 15-love. Oh, what a backhand there by Gary. Just stay low and keep his outside leg and his outside hand, his left hand. And
that was just a beautiful shot.
Yeah, just hit a beautiful, beautiful two-handed backhand up the line. Visser guessed right. He actually overran that ball and made it a little easier on Gary. So sometimes being too quick is not necessarily a good thing, but I'll still take the quickness any day.
For sure. Well, this is the prototype perfect game for Gary.
Wow, big kick off that. That was a first serve there, and man, did you see how tight Gary got to the net there? Visser really did a really good job to get that, hit as good of a return as he possibly could off of that very, very difficult serve. GAF is the leading roofing manufacturer in North America with plants strategically located across the U.S. As a standard industries company, GAF is part of the largest roofing and waterproofing business in the world. Thank you to GAF for sponsoring the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout.
Thank you. So I think you know what I meant. Maybe our listeners didn't, but what I meant by a prototypical game for Gary was the length of the points. It was boom, boom, and done. And that time it was all in his favor. He played just basically a perfect game.
Well, that's something that Gary actually said in between matches, that he wants to keep points short.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he feels that a lot of these guys want to extend the rallies here, and he felt that Ruger wanted to extend the rallies. He thinks Visser is going to want to extend the rallies, and he's right about that. And you know, Gary's got the big game, the big pop, hits the ball extremely hard. He should be looking for those opportunities to shorten the points and close it off at net. So now Alex Visser to serve 1-2 here in this first set. Ooh. Now Gary again, he took an opportunity to get into the net and hit it. Absolutely excellent backhand volley off his shoelaces, and actually got a little cut on it to so it would move away from Visser. Visser was unable to handle the ball. You see the players, both of them, slipping and sliding around a little bit as the weather has gotten a little warmer, the court drying out a little bit.
Well, it could also be, I mean, Gary's game anyway is suited to shorter points, but if he has his eye on the prize, he doesn't want to put in a lot of long running points in this round if he should win, to then go up against Ruger again later in the day.
I agree. Good, nice serve out wide there from Visser. 15-30. Ooh, an untimely double fault. Well, really is a double fault ever timely. But I guess I suppose if you're up 40 love, but that's a really costly double fault, especially playing the no-ad scoring system. Gary will have now 3 consecutive break points.
Well, yesterday the double faults plagued Alex as well in this matchup with Gary.
Gary just missed that backhand out wide, but again, Gary trying to take the initiative here, and came up a little bit wide on that point. But now we're at 30-40. Gary taking his time, as you see the experienced player going to the towel and holding Visser on ice. What a point there by Visser. Did you see he started the point off with a excellent kick serve out wide, and then got around the forehand the return by Gary, the backhand return, to hit absolutely wallop a inside out turn and get Gary on the run. Gary did well to make Visser hit a couple extra balls there, but it shows you, Bob, at this level you have got to be able to hit more than one world-class shot in each point. Now, deuce point, Gary elects to serve on the ad side. Or elects to receive on the ad side, excuse me. What a return by Gary to force Visser back, and even so, Visser did have a look at that passing shot.
He did have a look.
Gary gets the break.
But it is the no-ad point. The strokes tighten up just a little bit, I think, there.
Just a little bit.
Great time to get his way into the net given the score.
So Gary will now serve up 3-1. He'll serve for this first set. Now, Bob, you're a big statistics guy, so I want to ask you, are there any statistics out there that you know about how many world-class shots at each level of tennis you have to generally hit to win a point?
I don't really know anything about that.
Now, as the USTA put out a study, and this study is probably about 10 years old, and I can't cite the actual study, but they did a study on how many world-class shots at the junior level, the college level, the pro level you have to, and they even broke it down further, the futures level, the challenger level, the ATP level you have to hit to win a point. And I'll share what I recall from you after this point. Great serve and volley there by Gary. Go up, take 30 love to in this attempt to serve out the first set. So, Bob, what I recall from that study is something that something about, and I'm going to approximate here because I don't remember the exact statistics, but in the junior game you had to hit about and this is at the very high national level.
Yeah.
You had to hit about 4 world-class shots to win a point. Gary with a absolutely huge serve down the middle. I'm not sure that it was good. Looks like it may have just caught the line, and it looks like Visser's going to give it to him.
Yeah.
So it was about 4 world-class shots at the junior level. In the college level, and again, we're talking at the highest levels of college, it was about 6 world-class shots. All the way up until the ATP, top levels, it was about 9 or 10 world-class shots before to win a point. Just a lesson to all the players out there that one shot generally isn't going to win the point. And I think our camera just took a wallop of a Gary Kushnerovich serve out there. Our corner camera, and you can see that what we got there. That's a look from the way our camera stands right now. And I heard Gary yell out, "Sorry," but that was a pretty smart return there by Visser to just dump it at Gary's feet and make sure he stays in the game here. So now Gary with another set point. He'll have 3 more set points.
Oh, we're back. Oh no, that's the sorry, we're not back.
Well, we still have the main camera.
Well, Phil is so good at everything. I figured he fixed it just from sitting here, but I guess not.
Yeah. Looks like we've got another change of weather here with it getting a little cloudier. Ooh, Gary just missing that inside-out backhand. And Visser still hanging in there. Gary now serving at 30-40, up 3-1. He'll have 2 more set points. Let's see if Visser can fight them off.
He might be going kick, serve, and come in immediately on the first ball.
It looks like we got our camera fixed from one of our trusty assistants. Wow.
Well, I think he got it.
Nope,
No?
just missed it. I love that view from the corner there. Oh, Visser upset with himself at not getting that serve back. So Gary takes the first set, and players will change end. We'll move to the second set with Kushnerovich up 1-0.
That being said, for a second serve to go kick into the forehand, he hadn't used that much yesterday, and I think the first time today. The surprise factor. Excellent mixing it up from Gary.
Okay, now Rally Partners. Rally Partners leverages technology to help businesses solve their most pressing people problems. We bring over 30 years of experience in the insurance, HR, technology, and finance sectors to design and implement the right solution for your team. thank you to Rally Partners for sponsoring the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout.
Thank you.
And I see that
That's Alex's dad.
Alex's dad has arrived just at the end of the first set. So now, if you're Alex Visser, Bob, what would you do to what kind of advice would you give him to get back in this match?
I think it's similar to yesterday. He's right in there, but a couple of untimely double faults. He's dug his own hole there and hasn't been able to quite climb out of it. I think he's got to take a little more care with his first serve. I don't mean push it in the box, but really get focused and get the point started on his terms when he's the server. Because Gary is back to Gary now, tough to break. So you've got to be really diligent about trying to get a little ahead of him in the point by getting a lot of first serves in.
I think that's very good advice, Bob. Let's see if he can do it. I don't think that Visser is seeing many balls at the junior level that are being hit as big as Gary. So this is a pretty good test for him. And
no. That drop shot looked really good when it left the racket. Gary did a great job of getting up there and playing the highest percentage shot deep down the line.
Gary really moves for a big guy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Good serve down the tee from Visser to level this game at 15-all.
I mean, we're seeing from all the players pretty much the Rafael Nadal return of serve position, like 10 feet behind the baseline.
Yeah. Oh, that was a
drop
fantastic drop shot. And I got to tell you, I would not have advised Gary to hit that shot off of that ball, but somehow it worked for him. He was able to get so much English on it. And
he did.
Placed it perfectly, but man, that was a tough position from which he hit it. But he was able to get some forward momentum and drive the ball over the net. Shows I don't know what I'm talking about. Big stretch. Oh, what a great job Gary did there to get back in the point and put himself in a position to get another break early in this second set.
Great playing.
Hey.
Go!
Oh, all right. So this gets the error off of the Kushnirovich backhand return and has a couple more break points to stave off. So again, everybody, we're taking questions via the YouTube chat if you want to ask, have any questions for Bob or myself. Big serve from Visser out wide to get the ace and level this game at deuce. Yeah, I got to tell you, for Visser's height, he really gets the most out of his height on his serve. You know, he gets incredible height off of his, you know, by driving up, exploding on his serve, and you know, good for him. So Garrett Kushnerovich elects to take this deuce point on the ad side. What a point there by Visser.
Great point.
And Visser gets the hold after being down 15-40 and gets the first game of the second set. The players will change ends now.
Brian, Alex's dad is making his way in this direction. Do you want to ask him to sit in with us a little bit?
I do, and coming over is Mattias Visser. And we're going to ask Mr. Visser to sit down and give us a couple of notes on his son's match. If you could just clip that onto your shirt there. How are you, Mattias?
Hi, Mattias. Bob Schewior. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
So we were.
Are you serious?
Yeah, well, I'm very serious, my man. I don't kid around.
Okay.
So thanks for.
Job, by the way.
Thank you.
I noticed that you even did your homework.
We did our homework, and I've been waiting years now to see your son play. Remember the last time that I saw him, you had brought him to when we were in the sectional championships of our open team a few years ago, and I think he was 12 years old. And I told him the story today. I went on the court and I hit a couple balls with him, and I haven't seen him play since then. But been following him, and man, is it awesome to see how his game has developed.
Don't want to play with me anymore.
That was a great hold. He was down 15-40 there and fought his way out of a jam.
He just arrived. I just saw it. Maybe I inspired him, although that's unlikely.
Yeah.
But
So, he's playing a player here. He played Gary yesterday also, and Gary is, as you can see, is a big kid and hits the living heck out of the ball. So I guess, Alex, I don't know how many players on the junior circuit he sees that hit the ball this big, but
not very many.
What do you see in Alex's game? I mean, because you're a great tennis player as well. You played at Duke, and you continue to play, and I assume you had.
Let me just
some
second that
input.
because I've seen Mattias play in the Century tournament a couple of years ago, and he was quite a force and wonderful variety and creativity when he plays. So
That's very kind of you. Well, he is a lot more talented than I am. Let's just put it that way.
I don't know about that.
He's very naturally athletic, and he's got great speed. He's really been very steadily developing as a player, and he's had very consistent coaching over the years, and that's been really helpful.
Yeah, he mentioned that yesterday, how he's been working with I think it was John DiFilippo for many years, and
his longtime coach is wow, it's a big serve.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those today.
Yeah,
I got to tell you, yesterday Alex really did a incredible job of getting Gary's serve back and getting back in the point and turning the defense into offense. And today I had mentioned to him in between matches when we caught the tail end of his last match, and it looks like he's moving a little bit better today. He's hopping up and down a little bit more. It looks like he's settling in and really just going after his forehand, which we didn't see yesterday.
That's really his biggest weapon. He did tell me that he was a little tired going into this match, this today. So I don't know if that's already impacted him, but looks a little there.
Yeah, he did look a little cranky as he came back, but I think he's now, we've seen him slip a couple times. The court's getting a little dried out, getting a little warmer.
He said yesterday, Gary, right?
Yes.
So were you with him at the National Clay
Yes.
Courts?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that must have been a thrill to watch some of these matches.
That was pretty amazing. So some really great players, and it's going to be even more impressive at Kalamazoo because some of the kids who were playing the ITF circuit were not at the clay courts, but they're all going to Kalamazoo because they can qualify for the Open. And I think you know Samir.
Sure, we tried to get him to play here until we before Wimbledon we were trying to get him to play in this tournament, and then we didn't know he was going to go out and win Wimbledon. But amazing.
So all these kids are going to be playing in Kalamazoo, but it was a great turnout in Florida as well. And he did great. The match he lost against a kid from California was a real battle. He lost in 3 sets, and it was really hot, and kids were dropping like flies with all body cramps. I mean, it was brutal.
Yeah, well,
and
you and I both know from growing up in Florida, that it's not a real tournament until one kid winds up in the hospital. Once or twice I was that kid. But we actually talked to Alex about that match yesterday.
Excuse me, guys. Sure. We're at a big no-ad point here.
No-ad point. Oh, what an unbelievable job that Alex did to track down that volley and put Gary in a tough position. That was not easy overhead. And a big, strong kid like Gary almost made that. Right.
Key there, right? Yeah, but it's one of those things that I think that you learn as a young player. You always have to stick your racket out, even when you don't think you're going to win the point. Right?
So now we're at 1-1 in this second set here with Alex serving.
No, it's 2-love.
I'm sorry, 2-love. Yes, I can't. Obviously, I cannot read English or anymore. But so Alex fighting back in this second set. Now, I was about to mention that yesterday we talked to Alex about the match. He lost in the round of 16 in the clay courts and made a very, very mature observation that he said, "Look, I played my best tennis, and the kid, he just beat me. He was just too good." Bob made a very observed that it's really amazing how Alex realized that some days you just get beaten, and not to blame it on anything you did.
Yes.
And I still have that problem.
Yeah.
46 years old.
No, he's on the court. He's at home he acts like a 12-year-old, but he has a very nice ability to analyze his own matches, and usually he's spot on when he tries to figure out what he could have done better. And
wow,
that was a beautiful shot.
I don't even know what to say about that shot. No, right? But wow, that was amazing.
He works with Mike Slattery.
Mike Slattery, right?
That's his coach who he has been with since he was 5 years old.
Okay.
And then he's now also playing, and he's back at Intensity where Alexander first learned how to play, and so we're back there now. And that's where he learned how to play with the red balls,
Wow,
and so we're back there, and it's great. And then he's also working with Patrick Hurst, who just
we had Patrick here last year. He's fantastic coach. Yeah.
working with him because talent, and so Alexander has been working with him over the last 2 years. Yeah, well, it's there are some other coaches as well, but Mike Slattery recently went back to Intensity.
Who's the director of that? Is that Clive?
No, it's Adam Altschuler.
Adam Altschuler, okay.
Yeah, wonderful.
That was a tough one.
Tough
there. You guys
point
missed a good serve and a sort of an easy short forehand into the net. So now he's facing double break point.
Yeah. Double break point.
Let's see how.
Double or triple?
No, it's 30-40.
30-40?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
They're playing no ad scoring.
Right. Distract you for errors.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. It was an absolute pleasure to watch Alex playing. And can I go to Kalamazoo with you guys? I would love to go back there.
Yeah, that place is wild.
All right. Good to
nice
see you.
meeting you. Yes.
Gotcha. Thanks again, Mattias.
So there was a break of serve there. We're now at Gary serving at 1-2 after the changeover here.
Okay. Giving Tree Thrift Store offers an appealing selection of secondhand brand name clothing. Whether you're into following the latest trends or want to start your own, we've got what you're looking for and at great prices. Check out our hand-selected merchandise today and get more for your money our mission to support individuals with special needs and empower them through programs funded by sales at Giving Tree Thrift Store. Thank you for sponsoring the 2021
Thank
Summer
you so
Pro
much.
Shootout. That was fun to have Alex's dad, Mattias, sit in and give us some insight into the match today. It's one of the great things we can do here, Bob, is we have the flexibility to, you come over to say hi to us, you may just have to sit down in the chair
You
and
may.
you may be on the hot seat.
Yes. Well, it was great having him.
So,
A little modest about his own game.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So now Gary Kushnerovich serving at 1-2 here in this second set. Bob, I don't know if you've looked over into the spectator section over here, but we have a nice crowd here today.
We do.
Looks like on the side and behind the court, I would say, anywhere, probably about 50 people here watching, which is very nice. These players really appreciate it. And another double fall from Gary. Now, I don't know if...
Now, it's tough to say the keys, but I've seen Gary now in quite a few shootouts, and I haven't seen the string of double faults like I have this weekend.
Interesting.
And I have a diagnosis. I feel like he's muscling the ball from his upper body, and he's not like getting that flow that happens on a good serve, where it's the uncoiling and the energy just...
Oh.
What a good point.
Both players showing off their reaction time and speed there. That's an interesting analysis, Bob. One thing you have to be able to muscle the ball, you have to have, and that's muscle.
Yeah.
And luckily, Garrett does have some muscle.
Mm-hmm.
So now Visser with a love 30 lead in this game, looking to reestablish the break in this second set. Oh, big kick off of that serve. And
That was.
gets the backhand error from Visser. So now Gary's serving at 30-15. I'm sorry, 15-30. Thankfully, our trusted assistant here, Zoe, gave me a crazy look and let me know I was wrong there.
I know that look.
Big serve from Gary to level this game at 30-all. Yeah, I see a lot of our Chestnut Ridge friends out there in the crowd, including Wolf, Luke Rath, Judson Cooper, Susan Kaminsky. Wojtek Romarowitz, who is providing physical therapy services for these players here. Mitch Rubin, Dr. Mitch Rubin. What a beautiful passing shot there from Gary. Now, the only thing I would say is Visser opened up the court a little bit, but he hit a big ball, and Gary, I think, was outside. I would have to look at it again, but I think Gary was outside the doubles alley when he...
I believe you're right.
He hit a beautiful backhand passing shot. So now Gary with a game point at 40-30. What a big kick serve there. Visser really did an unbelievable job to get that backhand, which was up above his head, down at Gary's feet to make for a very tough volley to force a no-ad point here. So we have break point, game point, crucial game here. If Visser can somehow break, he will serve for the second set and to level the match at 1-all. Gary serving to level the second set. Just missed that serve wide, but man, did he go for it. Oh, just missed that backhand passing shot down the line, backhand return passing shot down the line.
So, a couple points ago, you mentioned off that great passing shot by Gary that Alex Visser opened up the court. Could you explain what you meant there to our viewers if they don't know that expression in tennis?
Yeah, well, on the right after this point. Oh, tough way to lose that point there from
What
Visser.
a point.
What I meant when I said he opened the court was Gary hit a short ball to the backhand side of Visser. Visser actually ran around the backhand and hit an inside-out forehand, which towards Gary's backhand from the ad side of the court, and left the entire deuce side of the court wide open, and it allowed Gary a little bit of extra time to hit that backhand winner down the line. Because it took a Visser a little bit more time to cover the court. That's what I meant by opening up the court.
So if he had actually hit that one to the forehand corner instead, his chance of covering the net would have been better. But his trade-off was playing into Gary's strength, maybe.
Right. That's correct. Now we're at 15-all. Well, now 30-15. I would say that I think it may have been a little ill-advised for Visser on that particular point to run around his backhand, because even if he did hit it inside in, he was going to have a tough time covering the other side of the court, and the way Gary hits the ball, you can't really leave him any openings. You really have to play the court positioning game, unless you hit a winner.
Right.
And Visser did not do that on that particular point. Just a little bit long, and Gary levels that up this game at 30-all. Good serve there by Visser to get the backhand, get the forehand error from Gary. Now it'll be game point for Visser.
No.
Another error on the return from Gary, and Visser now up 3-2. Then the players will change ends. So at Bombas, we believe a more comfortable world is a better world. Everyone, no matter their circumstances, deserves to put on clean clothes that feel good. So we perfected socks, underwear, and t-shirts you'll want to live in. Created apparel you'll never want to take off. And for every item you purchase for yourself, we donated an item to someone affected by homelessness. Thank you, Bombas, for joining us here at the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout and supporting us. It's a wonderful mission, and you guys make wonderful products, and we really appreciate you being with us.
Yes, thank you for your mission. So this is really tightening up here now in the second set.
Sure is, Bob.
Gary Gary's still sort of sticking to that play the shorter point program here, so let's see how it works out for him on this service game.
Yeah, let's see. Gary serving to stay in the second set and force a tiebreaker.
Oh, you know what I wanted to ask you? Maybe you, I don't know if you can answer. You mentioned that Alex was runner-up at one of the big money tournaments up in Poughkeepsie recently.
Henry
Was. I'm sorry. So, as a college player, is Henry now able to accept the money with the new rulings with the USTA or not?
What a big serve.
With the NCAA, excuse me?
Well, I'll explain. Yes and no. The new rules that are in effect from the NCAA have nothing to do with prize money, have nothing to do with any money earned from pay to play. And as a lawyer, this is something that I've looked into, the name, image, likeness laws, and how it's going to affect college sports. And I've actually advised an athletic department on creating a program for their athletes on this. But the new rules that are in effect for the NCAA are name, image, likeness laws, meaning that players in any sport can accept money to promote products, to use their name, image, likeness, but they cannot accept money for paid for their play yet. Okay, in tennis, the rules have always been, for many, many years, have been slightly different. Players are allowed to accept a certain amount of prize money per year and still maintain their eligibility to play college tennis. However, I'm not sure what that number was. I know years ago it was 10,000. It may still be at that level. But at the end of the year, all of the money they've earned has to be offset by expenses, and that can include coaching expenses, travel expenses, therapy expenses, physio expenses, whatever. But the answer to your question is yes, and that's also why many of the players that we've had in this event over the years, and it also applies to junior players.
Hitting it.
That's why many of the players we've had in this event were current college players, and yes, they can accept the prize money on limited circumstances, and any one of them should consult with their compliance directors at their universities to make sure that they, under the circumstances, that they can accept the prize money and how it has to be accounted for. And Gary, wow, what a absolutely massive out wide serve. I don't think many players in the world were getting to that one.
No.
So now we're at 3-all in this second set. We're going to see a tiebreaker to decide this second set. And to any college players out there who are wondering about these new name, image, likeness laws, I'd also urge you to consult with your athletic department before accepting any money, and also consulting with a qualified financial representative and tax advisor, because there will be tax implications and financial implications for accepting money for name, image, likeness.
That was a great serve from Alex to start off our 12-point tiebreaker. He leads 1-love.
Gary is, I think we haven't been keeping the stats, but it seems like his first serve percentage has gone up as the match has gone on. Many of the big points, he's hit some really, really big first serves. So Kushnerovich up, 1-all now in this tiebreaker. A little bit of a breakdown on that forehand there from Visser. He didn't quite get up to that ball, which didn't come through the court as well as I had expected, but perhaps that's why caught Visser a little off guard and forced the error from him. So now we're Visser serving at 1-2 in this second set tiebreaker. I look off to the side and I see Henry Ruger is checking out this match, perhaps strategizing, but he doesn't look, looks kind of relaxed, and you know that's the benefit of coming through the winners bracket, is having to play less matches.
Correct.
Wow, what a fantastic point there by
that was
Visser.
tremendous point.
Visser really saw all of the court on that point. And the way you see the way he got back up for that overhead for, you know, a small guy, it really just got up there. Fantastic athletic ability.
Really went after it too.
Also, have you noticed, if you've seen Gary over the years, he's worn a lot of clothing with a very interesting logo on it, and I can tell you the brand that he is wearing is it's called Dead Set Clothing. It's designed by a friend of mine named Carlos Maldonado, and really he was an excellent designer and artist. Designs all those clothing, so just wanted to give him a little shout out. And
Gary always likes the long sleeve shirts too,
yeah,
no matter
does.
what the
He
temperature is. You know,
and it's funny.
it's cooled off a little
Yeah.
today, but it wouldn't matter even if it were 95. I think he'd have his long sleeve.
Last year it was 95, and he was wearing the long sleeves. But remember, we've seen him in the Winter Pro Shootout wearing tights, long tights on his
That's
legs
right.
and arms several times. So he's certainly a guy that likes to stay warm. And man, the pop off that serve, that was a little bit too much for Visser there.
3-all.
3-all.
So I don't know that this was your style, or if sometimes you actually did it, but in a really tight match, do you feel like there are at least certain points where you have to be prepared to really get dirty and hustle and scramble for everything?
Yeah, I think if you're out there on the court, you got to be prepared to get dirty. I don't think that applies to one point more than the other. But yeah, I do, Bob. I think that the way tennis is played, especially these days, it comes down to so few points to decide a match that you don't know when that point's going to be. So you have to be prepared on every point to play every point like it's your last. I mean, Nadal and Djokovic do that better than anybody
that
out
one
there.
set they played at the French Open, arguably one of the greatest sets ever played in tennis.
I would agree with you. So now Gary Kushnerovich serving at 3-all in the second set tiebreaker. Kushnerovich took the first set. Wow, good. That's a beautiful 1-2 from Gary. So now Gary Kushnerovich up 4-3.
Okay, now, I have a tough question for you now.
Okay.
With the length, how many shots it takes to win a point. And we talked about pros. Nine world-class shots to win a point. We just saw 2 and he won the point.
Okay, well, I'm not going to say it never happens, but those are averages, Bob. I would say.
Okay.
I think you have to be prepared. I think it just says you have to be prepared to hit more than one in it.
Okay.
Not that it's going to happen on every point. So somebody by the name of RL, who I think I know who that is, just said there are no tough questions for Meisner, that he will answer them all. And I tend to agree with RL, who I'll pretty sure I know who that is, but and Gary forcing the error now from Visser, and Gary will get two serves up 5-4, and
now that to me was
out.
a good example of what we've talked about a little bit in one of my podcasts, playing to the score. Gary hit a good backhand, but he didn't really have his opponent off balance, but it was 4-all in the tiebreaker, and he had the next two serves to come. He put the pressure on by charging in from a little too far back, and he got a mishit from his opponent.
That's a very good point, Bob. It's an excellent point, playing to the score, and I think he also caught Visser a little bit off guard by going down the middle of the court there, which he hasn't done very often. Wow, what a stick on that volley from Kushnerovich.
Beautiful.
And had to give himself 2 match points. Wow, what a point there from Kushnerovich to close out this match and secure the win and put himself in the championship match for another rematch with Henry Ruger. Excellent job by Gary.
Well, that would be an example of Gary showing he was willing to get dirty there. He worked that ball to really set up an opportunity to get himself to the net, just not one shot and come in. He really put everything into that one, and it paid off.
Okay, so we'll be back with the championship match in a little bit. We're going to take a short break, and we thank everybody for joining us today, and we look forward to a rematch between Henry Ruger and Gary Kushnerovich coming up in a little bit.
played also were not 3-5. Most of who we played were not 3-5s. Yes. Like, I only have one guy. Yeah. Alright, we'll see you guys.
I got the lifeguard. Come on.
Oh, so you want that from me? Yeah. Ah, hey, you on inside or just?
No, that's so easy. Nice punishment. So easy.
everybody goes down to 10. That's how you that's what UT are. USD is.
Hey Max, go get Leo. We gotta do one more photo.
Here we go.
Henry. You can put your rackets with you. We're gonna do it up on the next one. Also, can you roll? Roll the ball.
No, Leo?
We won't tell him we took this photo.
Great, welcome back everybody, and as we wait for the players to warm up for the finals, I have here with me Judy Adelylott, whose book, Sport of a Lifetime, right here, is one of the sponsors of the Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout, and we want to thank you very much for your sponsorship. Sitting in the background is her husband Gordon, who I've also known for years, and all you tennis fans should know this is one of the great Northern Westchester tennis families of all time. Between their successes playing in age group tennis and their club championships, we go way back. I played myself with one of my best students from 45 years ago, Lucy Miller. We played mixed doubles at a tournament in Sawmill when I was in my 20s. And I played against Gordon when he was still a young man with Whitney Biggs and Jimmy Biggs, sorry, at the finals at Fairfield. Is that what it was? They had a lot of betting at that one. Was that the one where they bought and sold teams? Yeah. So anyway, I got a good lesson in doubles that day from Gordon. Those guys were tremendous. I played with we were both just out of college. This kid from North Carolina, I can't think of his name right now, but there we were, 2 college players, and we got dusted off pretty well. So learning tennis lessons from the Adelylotts has been something I've been doing for quite a while, and I want to thank you again. How are you enjoying the tennis today?
It's wonderful. The Visser boy is fantastic. He's 16 years old.
Yes.
He can hit the ball. Apparently he puts in about 5 hours a day practicing, which it shows. He has wonderful strokes and he's fast. He's got a good future. He's only 16.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you knew, but he just got to the round of 16 at the National Boys 18 Clay Court Championships.
But he's going to go out to Kalamazoo.
Yes, he is.
Also, and that's a huge tournament for them.
Oh, very huge.
Kids.
Yes.
Terrific.
So Gary, actually, right here on the close side, warming up for the finals, he's the old man of our event at age 30.
Well, he is good.
He is good.
What's his last name?
Kushnerovich.
Oh, Kushnerovich.
He played high on the lineup. I'm not sure. I think number 1 at St. John's when he was college. He was also a member of the team at the U.S. Military Academy for a little bit. And then he went out on the tour, and he got up to about just over number 1,000 in the world.
Oh, good for him. Wow.
He does claim if he was a little mentally stronger, he would have done much better, because you could see he's got the body to play some really powerful tennis.
Oh, yes. And the Visser boy is only 16, and he's a lot smaller. He probably weighs about 50 pounds less than
yes.
the other.
Well, these two that are coming up for our finals here, Henry Ruger and Gary Kushnerovich, they did play earlier today in the semifinal of the winner's bracket, and Henry Ruger happened to win. That's why he's the winner of the winner's bracket. So if Gary could sneak out this match, they would then play a deciding super tiebreaker to see who is the overall champion.
It was fun to watch.
Okay, and
Yeah.
I got my own little test going here because Gary and I have known each other for a while, so I asked if he would like me to give him a couple of pointers, and he said yes. So we're going to see if we can turn around the result from this morning. It'll be, first we'll see if he listens, okay, and then we'll see if it works.
He will. So are they about to start now?
I think they're going to start shortly.
This is a great setup.
Yes, it's great. Thank you. Philip Oler, our engineer down there, he takes care of us so well, you can't believe. Yeah. No. Especially with Brian here. He's a... Okay.
Sportscaster here?
I'm the one that's talking a lot. Maybe too much, but this is a lot of fun to do this with Bob. It's the second year we've done it. I think we have some contrasting styles, so it's we're getting a lot of good insight and it's having a lot of fun.
Good.
Not getting paid very well. But,
well, maybe that'll come. Maybe that'll come.
Yeah. But I'm probably going to get my day job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this rematch here. We have Gary Kushnerovich against Henry Ruger again. The rematch of
earlier today.
So we'll see if Gary changes up his tactics and if he does, if Henry can raise his game. But, so thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Well, my pleasure. It was great fun. Oh, you bet. Wonderful tennis.
Thanks. Enjoy.
Thanks.
So, I'm going to defer to you, Brian. I mean, am I allowed to say on air what my coaching advice was to Gary?
Well, sure. And I'll tell you what. Sure. Why not?
Okay. I think I mentioned it during their original match. I thought serving more to the forehand was one of them, because I'm hoping to create a few more errors right off the bat, returning that great serve of Gary's. And the backhand was so solid on the part of Ruger. I thought we've got to put a few more to the other side and try to get some errors. And the other one was to play a few longer points, like he did in that recent match point against Alex in the semifinal, where on that match point, if you all recall, it was an exchange of, I'm guessing, 12 or 13 shots before he worked his way into the net. He didn't just hit one ball and charge. So I said, you're going to have to get a little dirty in this match and really work it and set it up the right way.
All right. Well, they're about to start.
And I know you probably gave him a couple words too, right?
Well, I talked to him, as you know, like you guys have mentioned, Gary's a friend of mine. I also talked to Henry. Well, let's see what happens here. Let's see if Gary takes your advice or serving to open up the final here. And misses that just slightly wide. And again, Henry did beat Gary earlier today, and this is a double elimination tournament. So if Gary pulls this out, they will play one super tiebreaker for the championship.
Yes.
So it's possible they could, if the match goes to a third set and they play a match tiebreaker, that they could play 2 10-point tiebreakers in a row. Oh, Gary again goes for the drop shot. I would have liked to for him to actually have hit an approach shot there rather than the drop shot. He was in a good position. He was moving forward. You know, if he had just chipped that ball down the line, he could have been in great position to knock off a volley. So we're at 15-all in this first game of this final match. Oh, just missed that. Did you see how on that return, Henry really moved over towards the backhand side, hoping to be able to run around it and hit a forehand, and then Gary did something he hasn't done many times throughout this tournament, was he hit the second serve wide and caught Henry a little off guard and put Henry behind the 8 ball as soon as that point started. A little bit of a miss hit off that return, but you know, Henry handled it and was able to.
I thought Gary reacted a little late to that ball. I didn't think it was hit that hard.
It wasn't hit that hard, but you see, Gary gets so much momentum forward off of his serve. Again, the word momentum, different use of this at this time, but he gets so much momentum going forward. Look, he's about, wow, great return there by Ruger. Gary's about 4 feet inside the baseline when he lands after making contact with his first serve. So he's putting all his weight forward on the serve. If Henry takes the return kind of early and can get a deep return, there is going to be a little bit of a delay for Gary to take his first step.
Damn.
I think it's pretty clear who Bob's rooting for in this match. Oh, he overhits that forehand a little bit. Yeah, tough start. Gary goes down a break early in this first set. So
a couple of serves that missed by an inch or two.
Okay. It's a little shop of tennis located near the front entrance of the Chestnut Ridge Racket Club. Carries a wide selection of equipment and attire. Owner Courtney James is always helpful, whether it's choosing a new racket, ordering team uniforms, or getting a restringing. Thank you, as always, to the Little Shop of Tennis for sponsoring the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout.
Thank you, Courtney. You do a great job here at the club.
Now, Henry Ruger serving up 1-love in this first set of the championship match. A little delay from the ball kids there. Again, the ball kids volunteers here today doing an excellent job. Oh, Gary with a absolutely massive forehand there. I have no problem with the way that Ruger played that point. He did hit up a little bit on that forehand and gave Gary the opportunity to attack it, but man, what a wallop.
See, that last point is what I would call sort of a mid-length point, not a long, not a short, and that's the one I'm looking to see Gary play.
Yep. Ooh, excellent passing shot there from Ruger down the line. There wasn't much of an opening there, but he found it. He really threaded the needle. I got a great look at that. I'm sitting right on that line. So now Ruger serving at 15 all, up 1-love. See, now that was a fantastic drop shot. Well timed. He disguised it nicely, and he had Ruger all the way in the opposite corner.
Mm-hmm.
That I would say was a good use of the drop shot, the smartest use of the drop shot I think that we've seen today from Kushnirovich. Now he's got a slight lead in this game. Ruger serving at 15-30. Gary sat up a little high on that backhand and drove it into the net. So 30 all. That's interesting. I am taking a little bit of a closer look at Ruger's serve now that he's on the side closest to us, and I really think that that's something he's going to have to work on to become a really effective college player. But his backhand, is just solid. But I'd like to see him get a few more easy points off of his first serve. So I know that the coaches at Columbia are going to be working with him on that. And just to give you a frame of reference on the level of college tennis, and I could be wrong about this, but Ruger, he's coming into Columbia, which is absolutely stacked with talent. And he's going to be fighting for a position in the top 6. So he's not even guaranteed a starting position there, believe it or not. That's how strong college tennis is these days. And a double fault. And it looks like he's not getting as much extension and off of his serve. What do you think, Bob?
Well, I think that was a little bit of a tough one there with the ball kids causing a delay between first and second serve. I know as an accomplished player that shouldn't bother you, but it may have interrupted his rhythm there.
Could have. So now we're at a deuce point here. Ruger up 1-love. See, now that was a perfect point from Ruger. He really extended the rally and kept pushing Gary further back, and ended up getting the error from Gary. Gary got maybe a little bit frustrated there. I
thought he pulled the trigger a little bit early.
I think so too. I think Gary's shot tolerance was a little low. So now Gary's serving down love 2.
Boy, did he cover the court.
He sure does. You saw. If you watch, just look at Ruger's feet. His footwork is pretty solid. He's not very heavy on the court. He's moving quickly. His feet are always moving, which is a good lesson to the young players out there. When you're on a tennis court, your feet should never stop moving.
Just missed another first serve, very close. That was a tremendous second serve, by the way, on the last point. Ruger did a great job returning.
Yes. Gary made sure on that midcourt ball that it was going to put him in a position to win the point. In fact, he did win the point off of that ball. That's something that the really, really good players do really well, is on those midcourt balls is they do not give the other player an opportunity to restart the point.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really an important skill to have to take between that. A lot of juniors have to learn to jump to that next level, and the college players have to learn to jump to the next level, is that you really have to stay on top of those short balls. Make sure your feet are moving and you get up to them as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So Kushnirovich up 40-love in this game. And he gets an easy hold to get on the scoreboard, and Ruger up 2-1 in this set. And now we're going to say thank you to another one of our sponsors.
I think it's 40-15.
Oh, I'm sorry, 40-15. Oh, again, another double fault from Gary. We've seen that happen quite a few times today, Bob.
Yes.
Tell you, thank God the rain has staved off. I know we were expecting a little bit of rain this afternoon, and
yeah, it's so much nicer to be out here than
indoors. And
indoor match for sure.
Though I'm pretty sure Gary would like to have this match indoors, where
For
the
sure.
conditions are a little quicker. But what a beautiful setting this is, and as you can see. From that corner angle, most of our fans have stayed with us. And Gary does get the hold in the end. So it is now 2-1. Players will change ends, and Ruger will serve.
So a big thank you to myself. I'm the chief host of my new podcast, Outside the Lines. And we've been having some pretty interesting discussions. That's Scott Shannon is my co-host. We've talked about Naomi Osaka early on, and around the time when she was pulling out of the French Open. We talked about Federer's choice to receive serve at Wimbledon when he won the toss. And the last one we really like, where we were talking about playing to the score and using the importance of the point to help players make the correct tactical and strategic decisions. So I hope you'll tune in. We're available on all of those sites, and we've got a good one coming up with Hall of Fame tennis journalist Steve Flink. Should be out within a week or so.
Wow,
Thank you so much.
I'm looking forward to that one, Bob.
Thank you.
Forehand error to open up this fourth game. Henry Ruger serving up 2-1. Love 15.
Okay, so what you saw there was Gary Kushnerovich doing an imitation of a pusher. He doesn't do it very well, but he thought he'd try it for 1 point.
I got to tell you, when Gary pushes the ball, That's about as hard as I can hit the ball. Oh, there we go, the moon ball. All right. Not a bad play. That was straight out of the 12 and unders book there. I think.
Yeah.
And, I used to have a coach that called the moon ball and, running into the net, the best tactic that you could ever use in the 12 and unders. It's called the loopy sneaky.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that completely.
And the nickname of that tactic is the Snoopy Leaky. But
Love 30.
Gary used a variation of it there. You have Love 30. Gary looking to level this match.
Now where maybe Gary, second serve, might change his mind and go Gary tennis now.
He might. But Henry hit a really good second serve. Wow! That big pop off the forehand from Henry there. Might be the biggest forehand I've seen him hit today. I got to tell you, I was expecting him to go rally ball back cross court there, and he really pulled the trigger and hit a beautiful down the line forehand. Gave Gary no chance. So now we're 15-30.
There we go.
There we go. Gary's back.
Gary's back, and see, that's the way I would have loved to him play the Love 30 point once he got that lead, to start stepping on that accelerator like he did there. There's just a little bit less pressure, which means better percentage of executing when you get more aggressive with a cushion.
That's correct.
In the score.
So now he's got himself 3 break points.
That's a great serve.
Great serve by Henry out wide. So Henry saves 1 break point. It's now 30-40. And he gets the backhand error from Gary to level this game at deuce. Again, we're playing no ad, so Gary will choose which side to receive on for the ultimate point of this game. Now,
I think he's going to take the ad side, yeah.
Okay.
Because that wide slice serve has been bothering him, so let's not give him a chance.
Yeah, so big point. I'm not going to say it shifts momentum. I know how we've been talking, you don't like that word, but the implications of this point, pretty big. Either Henry's going to be up 3-1 and certainly have at least one chance to serve for the match, or for the set, or it's going to be 2-all with Gary serving. Big difference. And Gary, he went for it and just missed the forehand out wide. And so Henry holds. He's up 3-1 in this first set. Gary, understandably, a little bit disappointed by missing that. And he did not miss by much. But I don't think he can fault his decision to go for that shot there. I think that Gary had mentioned to me in between matches today that he's not. He admitted he's not practicing as much as he used to. He's working more, teaching a lot of lessons. We talked about his business, and so not practicing. You sometimes you get a little bit out of rhythm on those types of balls, the short balls where they look like easy balls, but your footwork has to be meticulous to get up to them and make sure that you're in a good position to really take advantage.
Yeah, that first point of this new game now was a tricky one, a total miss hit on the return.
Yeah.
Gary tried the overhead and the ball was just a little bit low.
Yep, I think there was a little frustration also. And just missed that. But he went for that on-the-run forehand and went for the highlight shot. So now Gary in a tricky position here, down love 30. Henry up 3-1 in this first set. Gary's got a hold here to stay in this first set.
Routine balls, you're missing routine balls.
Well, we don't need any explanation on that one. Gary gave us the commentary.
He did.
Routine balls, and it's in a whole heap of trouble here, down 4 set points.
Well, the Gary from the first couple shootouts would work his way out of this game through a combination of serving and power play. Now, admittedly, those were indoors where his power game was a little more effective, but still got a shot.
And what a return by Henry to close out the first set. He was way outside the doubles alley, and man, he was almost in the corner. I think the ball boy might have had a duck as Henry swung at that ball, but wow, did he had a great screaming cross-court backhand passing shot to close out this first set. So
I think he was really ready for Gary to come to the net there.
I think you're right. Rally Partners leverages technology to help businesses solve their most pressing people problems. We bring over 30 years of experience in the insurance, HR, technology, and finance sectors to design and implement the right solution for your team. Once again, thank you to Rally Partners for being with us at the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout. Couldn't do it without you and all of our sponsors.
Thank you.
So now, Bob, you mentioned you gave Gary a few tips in between matches. If you could go out there and talk to him now in between sets, what would you tell him?
I'm not sure at this point. The point that you mentioned when it was Ruger serving at 2-1, no ad, was huge. And Gary did set it up. He had that good look at the short forehand, and that would have made it 2-all. I don't think I'd be having to talk to him now if he had made that shot. So I think I would say similar to when they played first time, his plan seems okay. He's getting opportunities. His execution has let him down. So be able to self-correct out there and figure out how to eliminate some of these errors.
It's an interesting difference there between having a plan and executing. So sometimes you do have the right plan and you just haven't executed. And that's a coach can't really talk to you, in the middle of a match. Obviously can't talk to you in the middle of a match at all, but what kind of things do you tell yourself or your students to improve their execution during a match?
Great return.
Yep.
No.
Passing shot wide. So
great court coverage again from Ruger.
Yep.
Well, to me, the biggest issue that goes to all level of tennis is, are you really looking the ball into the strings or almost into the strings? That's the number one determinant of executing or not quite executing. Most of the other factors at this level don't come into play. Even when they're under stress, these players get their balance pretty well set up for almost every ball. And their tension level is generally pretty good. A lot of club players will over-try at the big moments, but I think these guys know their strokes and the feel of their strokes. I'd have to say I would just try to get him focused more on looking the ball all the way in.
But very good advice. So now we're looking at Ruger serving 15-30 in this first game of the second set. A little bit of a confusion among the ball kids. Looks like we have.
So there was another love 30 point where we got into a longer rally. That's one of the ones where I'd love to see the shorter rally at that line in the score. This is where Gary stepped it up the last time. And
double fault there from Henry. So
second double fault this game, I believe.
I think you're right. Yes, there was a double fault at I think the first point of the game. So now Henry serving down 15-40. He's got some work to do to get back on track in this first game of the second set.
Well, last time you went out with that wide slice. This time he changes it up.
To the body and the big backhand. And again, he unloads down the line on the forehand. I really like when he does that. It's a clean ball. He is just walloping it. He used his backhand to set up that whole point, man. I love the way that he moves through his backhand. I really do. It is really
that whole point was fantastic. Yep. Starting with even a really good first serve to get things rolling.
Yes. And Kushnirovich gets the break to go up 1-love early in this second set. Henry Ruger up 1-0. The players will change ends, and we'll see Gary serving. Now it looks like Gary has foregone the hat now and made that change. Could be because the sun went down. It could be because he was a little frustrated, needed to make a change. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
One of the things I teach the women is you need a variety of hair pieces so that if you lose a set, you switch your hair piece, and they're not sure. So, for example, you're wearing a baseball cap. Next thing you know, you've got a headband on, and your opponent looks over and go, "Who am I playing?" There's that moment of doubt where they thought they had you pigeonholed, and they had this. And Gary's made a good move here. I mean, I'm half teasing, but there was the one year where Jim Courier was losing 2-0 in the first round of the French Open, and he put on his baseball cap. And he came back to win that match and win the entire tournament. He never took the cap off.
That's great advice. So Gary serving down love 1, or up 1-love, and man, he then pumped up the MPHs on that one to get the error from Henry. So
now this is crucial for Gary here, I would say. I mean, again, because these are short sets, and he's also a player who's used to winning his serve almost every time he steps up there. He's got to start to show himself and his opponent that this is going to be much more of a habit.
So, Bob, it looks like we got a question online for you. And the question is from somebody with the screen name of B. Guth. It says, "Are both players looking the ball into the strings?" I don't know who
well, that's my stepson.
Okay.
Okay, that's Zoe's dad, Zoe, our assistant,
Gotcha.
right over here. And are they doing it? And I would say they could do it longer. Like, let's just take a look at Gary's serve here and see if his head stays up through the swing, or does it come down just before contact?
I would say it stayed up. Overcooks that forehand just a little bit. So I had interesting you mentioned what you just mentioned about looking the ball into the strings on the serve. I had a coach very early on in my career tell me something that has always stuck with me, and it's got to be over. I had to be 10 years old. I'm 46 now, so about 36 years old. Somebody told me that when you're serving, miss hit on the volley there. But what this coach told me, and I don't remember who it was, told me that when you're serving, if you see the ball hit the strings, you actually see your racket make contact with the ball. It means you're keeping the head up, and the ball will go over the net. Now, no guarantees it's going to go in, but it's a big step, because I used to have a problem very early on when I was learning how to serve and really learning how to serve well, where I was dropping my head, I was dropping my left arm, and was pulling my whole body down, and that was the trick I learned to correct that. Would you agree with that advice?
completely. But notice Gary that time serving to the deuce. He took a couple steps to his right to try to really get a wide swinging angle out to the forehand. He didn't happen to make the shot, but it shows that he's still really involved in this match, and he's looking for ways to try to get into this game.
Yep.
Now he's back to, he's got his ad here to hold and make it 2 love.
And to address a comment we just got online from RL, it was not Mike Aronstein that told me that.
Oh.
So, and I know who RL is. Gary with another certain volley, and catches going behind Henry on that. Oh man!
What a great
point!
What a point!
And Henry
he
almost
made
scrapped
Gary
his way
work
out
for
of
that
it.
point.
Sure
What court
did.
coverage!
So, but Gary gets the hold, and he's up 2-love now here in this second set of this final match.
There's that one volley that Gary hit in behind Henry. Most players wouldn't have been able to change direction, get back, and throw up such a good lob. That was a fantastic point from both guys.
And now I just jogged my memory on who did make that, give me that advice. It was Carlos Gaffi.
Huh.
Sorry.
Now, was his son or the South Carolina coach?
His son is Josh. His son Josh is the coach at the University of South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
Carlos was his father was a very influential coach in my life and helped me tremendously in the juniors. Really taught me what it was like to work hard as a tennis player. Couldn't thank him enough. And wow, what a point there by Henry Ruger.
Well, what I particularly like about Ruger now is he's fallen behind, and his response is, I'm going to step it up and get more aggressive.
And that's the sign of an excellent player who can kick his game into higher gear.
Yeah.
You know, he had a little bit of a letdown after winning the first set fairly easily, and wants to avoid going to a super tiebreaker here. Oh, he catches.
He actually guessed right, but
yep.
I'm just going to tell everyone what you're thinking right now. Should not have hit a drop shot there.
That was probably not the right spot for Gary.
Mm-hmm.
And if he did hit a drop shot there, probably should have hit it on the other side of the court.
Mm-hmm.
What a fantastic point by these two guys. These two guys really covered a lot of court on that point. Showed you a lot of variety. The high looping balls, the flat drives, a little bit of movement around the net, and Henry did really well there to open up the court.
But the passing shot off that backhand approach, the placement was impeccable.
Impeccable. Good observation, Bob. Oh, and Gary really hustled there, and Henry covered the net incredibly well. But Gary did get a little dirty there, as you had advised him to do, Bob.
Who'd that come from?
My question to the commentator. Why is Gary attacking the net after hitting?
Oh, okay. So our question from our producer, Phil, is why is Gary attacking the net after hitting a drop shot? It's a standard play because most of the drop shots you hit at this level are going to be very good ones, and when the other player comes in, they have to pop it up. And because they're close to the net and the ball is so low, they can't hit it hard. So the idea is whatever they try, you can cover it with a volley before they can recover their position after scrambling that far. That's players that understand how to do that, that is a great way to play behind your drop shot. Definitely follow it to the net.
Absolutely. My standard play in the, I don't know, maybe the 12 and unders or the 14 and unders was to hit a drop shot off my opponent's second serve and charge the net. And it would actually work quite a bit in the
I'm sure.
In the 14s and 12s, and didn't really work so well after that. But every once in a while. So Gary now serving up 2-1 in this second set. Henry Ruger up 1-0.
Missed it.
Nope, he got it
on the line.
right on the line, but Henry made him work for it. And Gary now up.
When that left the racket, I was like, oh no.
Yeah. Well, now you can
Great shot.
You can see, get a good look at Henry's new Columbia gear that he's wearing, a brand new hat, brand new t-shirt and shorts. Misses that return just a little bit long, but tried to push Gary deep into the corner there. Now Kushnirovich up 30-love. That big Kushnerovich serve to out wide there almost took our very tiny ball boy. Almost took him out there. Wow, I like the way that Gary took that forehand very early and up the line.
Yes.
But once again, Henry almost came up with the passing shot there, so you could tell he's right there, right there. Now Kushnirovich up 40-love. Getting a good look from the side angle there. Wow. Wow, great passing shot there from Henry. And you can really tell from that corner camera angle there just how hard these guys are hitting the ball and how fast they're moving. You really get a good sense of the game from that spot. Good sense of the speed of the game.
Now, we were talking before about really looking the ball into the strings. Henry Ruger on that last passing shot, totally with the ball. Totally.
Great. Oh, and he caught Gary moving the wrong way there and able to close Gary's lead in this game. Kushnirovich now serving 40-30. He'll have another game point to go up 3-1 and extend his lead in this second set with Henry winning the first.
Just needs a couple more first serves here, I would say. They're just missing. Good for him. He's taking his time. Deep breath.
And he got a big one there, Bob.
He did.
Big hold from Gary. Up 3-1 now in this first set. I'm sorry, the second set. Sorry, guys. Getting a little late in the day here. Getting a little tired. Ruger up 15-love now in this game. Gets the unforced error from Gary off the return.
That was a little bit of a loss of focus point there.
Maybe.
Gary's got to not be thinking he's going to cruise to this set. He's got to have to work to finish this off.
That's correct. And another forehand error there. And I can tell you from all the matches I watch Gary, he does sometimes take games like this off where he knows he's going to get a chance to serve out the set, and that's a little dangerous here, I think.
I think, given his opponent has shown that he handles the serve pretty well, as good as it is.
He's clearly a little tired. It's his third match of the day, but this is where you got to redline it. You know that if you win this set, you get to a super tiebreaker in this match, and then it's not like you're going to have to play another whole match after that. You're just going to have to play one super tiebreaker. So there is
I think that was out. So
that was out. So this is there is the end in sight here. So this is where you earn your money, and you gotta redline it here. And again, these players playing for a significant amount of prize money.
nice deep ball there from Gary.
Just to, one thing we haven't talked about much is the prize money that is being earned in this tournament. And I will tell you, I did a little research overnight, and the winner of this tournament is going to earn, I think, $1,500 in prize money.
That's correct. That's your hourly fee, isn't it?
I wish, but the runner-up will receive, I believe, $850. And just to give you a little frame of reference, the winner at a men's 15K futures only earns $21.60 in singles. We'll only earn $21.60. The finalists will get $1,272, and that's after a full week of work. Playing, you're going to play 5 best of 3 set matches to get that. These players, they're going to be earning that much money in 2 days. So they are playing for a significant amount of prize money here. I mean, we all know how hard it is to win those futures tournaments, and that's why it makes providing events like this and opportunities for players like this so important. Because it is so hard to earn a living in tennis, and the support isn't always there from the national federations, including the USTA. They don't support all players equally. So
true.
Now Henry serving. It's a deuce point, big deuce point, set point for Gary. And again, Gary taking this point on the ad side. And Gary closes out the first set, and you have to take a few points off there in the beginning of that game. He came storming back to get the break and close out the second set. So we'll play a super tiebreaker for the match here. And again, if Gary does pull out this match, these two will play another super tiebreaker for the championship. So what a comeback there by Gary.
Great comeback, and this is turning into one heck of a match. I would only add, I mean, I've seen some pro matches. It didn't happen on purpose. I once saw a match with Joe Wilfried Tsonga against Federer up in Canada. And Federer was up like 6-3, 4-1. And to that point, Tsonga had hit about 3 balls in the court. Everything was missing. It was framing. And then, you know how powerful a man he was. Suddenly, everything went in. And he came back and beat Federer.
Amazing. That's an amazing comeback.
But part of it was, I think Federer was like, this is over, and he sort of fell asleep a little bit. That's not going to happen very often, but...
That's absolutely amazing comeback from Tsonga. I mean, from Joe Wilfried Tsonga.
Yeah.
Very, very sorry to hear that his injuries have pretty much forced him into retirement. I don't think he's not sure if he's actually announced his retirement, but it seems like he has been unable to overcome some injuries.
In his prime, he was an exciting player to watch.
I remember I watched a junior match between him and Marcos Bagdatis at the U.S. Open Juniors in the round of 16 one year. And I remember they were playing on a small outside court, maybe 5 people there watching, maybe one of them. And I'm just watching these two guys hit the ball and just knew that these two were going to be at the top of the game before too long. And in fact, the next year they were 1 and 2 in the juniors, the World Juniors, and both got to the top of the game pretty much. Unfortunately, neither one won a Grand Slam because not many people have in the age of Federer, Nadal, and Djokovic. But man, both these guys play. I think Bagdatis has now gotten into a little bit of coaching, if I'm not mistaken. So now we'll see a super tiebreaker. Looks like players are getting ready to play this super tiebreaker to decide this match. And again, because Henry came through the winner's bracket, if Gary can pull out this super tiebreaker, they will play another super tiebreaker for the championship.
Correct. So of course the tiebreaker changes in that. What I mean by it changes, we saw that last game, Gary went down 30-love immediately with 2 easy errors. Well, those are going to count against you in the tiebreaker because every point is recorded on the scoreboard.
That's correct, Bob. And Gary now to open up this super tiebreaker here. Wow, you see Gary's footwork has really risen. He's got a little more hop in his step, and you see that makes a big difference in a player's game when you see them hopping up and down and really kind of crouched and in that ready position, ready to hop on top of the ball. So Gary now up 1-love in this tiebreaker.
No.
Gary going back to the high loopy stinkies. Oh, way to close the net off there by Gary.
He closed beautifully.
He
didn't quite get everything on that approach. I thought he was in a little trouble.
I think what set up that point really helped Gary out was a little bit of an errant bounce on that down the middle shot to Ruger's backhand. The ball took a little hop to Ruger's left as he tried to hit it and didn't get everything on that backhand. Gary was able to take advantage of the next ball, which landed a little bit short. So Gary now up 2-love. And Ruger with a good serve out wide. That out wide serve has been very effective for him today. And Gary will have 2 serves up 2-1. That ball just skidded a little to Gary, a little bit, and Gary couldn't get his racket under it. But kudos to Henry for being able to fight back and really, got a little dirty, as you like to say, by tracking down that wide ball there. So now we're at 2-all in this final set super match tiebreaker.
Crazy. 2-all, yeah.
cooked that forehand a little bit, and Ruger's taken the last 3 points to go up 3-2 now in this match tiebreaker. And you can see Gary a little frustrated there, rightly so. But again, these match tiebreakers they're a little longer than a regular tiebreaker. It does give you a little time to work into it, but every point counts.
For sure. He did get a little overexcited there. Oh boy.
Okay, that I didn't see that land. Did that land in?
Nope. It was quite a bit out.
Yeah,
it's 4-2.
Okay, 4-2 Henry Ruger. And you know the difference between Gary's game and one difference between Henry's game and Gary's game that I see is that Gary, when he does redline his game, he's going to miss some balls. Henry, his game's not going to go up and down too much. It's a pretty steady game. He's going to make you work for it. He's going to, no matter what part of what point in the match you're at, where you're the first set, the second set, whether you've been out there 5 minutes, an hour, or 2 hours, he's going to make you work for every point. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes.
But he's also shown on a few important points too an ability to crank it up with his forehand and really take charge.
Absolutely.
So he doesn't just keep the ball in the court.
Absolutely. You give him an opening, he is going to take it. But he's a very smart player. He's very calculated. Unbelievable point there.
Unbelievable
point there. Henry really tracked a lot of balls down there, never gave up, and was able to, I don't know how he did it, but he did do it. He was able to turn defense into offense there. And
he was like a mind reader. How did he know what side to guess on that overhead? And that allowed him to keep the ball in play. And not only in play, he got it low.
Well, I'll tell you, I did know Gary was going where he went on that overhead. And I was looking at his body as he went up, and he was he had a very closed stance. It doesn't mean he couldn't have opened it up and gone down the line, but he was pretty committed to going out wide there on that overhead. But he hit a absolutely excellent overhead, and Henry was still able to get it back. Henry was at the fence, and he was outside the court there pretty much. So, excellent job. Now, Henry up 5-2. He's taking control here. And again, really, the placement of his passing shots is fantastic. He has so much variety there. You see the point before, he opened up. He was able to turn defense into offense by hitting a first passing shot low at Gary's feet, forcing Gary to hit up before he hit the down line backhand. On that point, Gary came in. Maybe the approach shot was a little bit short, but Henry was able to really get a clean look at a forehand down the line there and got it up on Gary. It would make it very difficult for him to do anything there. And he drew the error.
Great defense.
Excellent. And got another error, so Henry is really in control here, up 7-2 in this tiebreaker now. And again, if Henry does close this out, there will not be a need for another super tiebreaker. Now, if I remember correctly last year, Bob, the final did go to a super tiebreaker because Patrick Maloney came through the losers bracket and had to beat Jose Salazar twice.
Yes.
And he did do it. He pulled it off. Henry really tried to open up a can on that backhand and just overcooked it a little bit. So now Henry serving at 7-3. Well done there by Henry. Really,
What an
really
approach
well
shot.
played. Excellent approach shot. Opened up the court beautifully and did not give Gary any chance there. So now Henry in big-time control of this super tiebreak, up 8-3. And do you notice now, throughout 2 days, I don't think I've heard one peep out of Henry. He has remained calm, cool, and collected throughout this entire tournament. And I think Gary just set off a nuclear bomb on that serve, and
Certainly did.
there was no chance anybody, I don't think anybody in the world was getting that ball. 8-4, the players will change sides with Ruger leading. I get a good look at the setting here and the fans sitting off to the side, and the sun setting here in beautiful Mount Kisco in this wooded setting. Really, really pleasant afternoon.
Okay.
Gary
Another
did
two
his job
good
there, but
serves.
2 good serves, yeah. So Henry now serving. He's got 2 points on his racket, up 8-5. Looking to close out the super tiebreaker of the match in the championship. And Henry is going to get a whole bunch of match points here, up at 9-5. Really nice combination there.
Solid first serve to get things started. Nothing spectacular, but great start.
Match point for Ruger. Saves 1 match point. He'll now get 2 serves to try to close the gap. Ruger up 9-6. One thing I really like when Gary comes to the net is how he closes the net off. I mean, he just, he cuts down the angles and makes it very hard for you to pass him. And of course, he gets very close to the net. And of course, Gary is about 6'4", so he's tough to lob over as well. Gary serving down 6'9". Oh, what a point from Ruger to close out the match there. And we have a champion here at the 2021 Pro Shootout. It's Henry Ruger, the future Columbia freshman. And wow, what a weekend here, Bob.
What a weekend. That was all. There were so many good matches this weekend, but this was a fitting climax. I thought the best tennis of the weekend in this final that we just showed.
Excellent, excellent tennis. We did see certainly a noticeable difference in the level of tennis between yesterday and today. The players, as the tournament came down to the brass tacks time, really stepped it up. And congratulations to Henry Ruger. Absolute fantastic to see him play and watch him, the way that he was able to run through this championship with an undefeated record. Congratulations to Henry, and he well-earned victory, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does at Columbia.
Me too.
So
I was speaking with him a little bit earlier, and he was saying how Columbia doesn't have a home this year.
That's correct, yeah.
And he said some of their matches are going to be here at Lifetime.
Yes, that's what I hear.
right here in Westchester. So those of you in Westchester, you want to see some great college tennis. Figure out when they're going to Lifetime.
Lifetime does host a bunch of college tennis matches. I did see Columbia play Michigan there 2 years ago. It was an absolute fantastic match. But now we're going to have the trophy presentation.
Why don't you guys line up on the side? And then our trophy for the winner. This is the first Columbia player to win this tournament. Come on over, Henry Ruger.
And Brad Braystone, the tournament director, presenting the championship trophy to Henry Ruger.
If we do go back to that Pro Classic list, though, we see Phil Williamson.
Yes.
And we see Rob Kressberg.
Rob Kressberg, sure.
So we've had Columbia winners in the old version of the Shootout, for sure.
Yes, for sure. Well, Columbia has long been a very storied program, and again, St. John's has also played some matches at Lifetime in the past. It's a great facility, great to watch. They like having the matches there. And yeah, Columbia is in between homes this year. From what I hear, they are raising funds to build a new, unbelievable facility there, which is going to have 6 indoor courts and 6 outdoor courts on top of the facility. So, but I believe that's not going to be ready until sometime in 2022. And there we get a look at the full draw from the 2021 Summer Pro Shootout with Henry Ruger, the champion. What an excellent weekend.
I'll send up Gary first.
Thank you for being with us, and we're going to we're going to get the players up here for a little bit of an interview and get their thoughts and impressions on the match. Now, if you look down on the court there, I don't know if anybody saw that, but Gary's doing a little stretch there. He was just at a full split. And that was absolutely fantastic stuff. So we'll just sit tight with us. We'll get some comments from the winners. And man, Bob, but I have to say it has been a pleasure working with you again. I absolutely enjoyed this weekend, and always fun to chat tennis with you and get your thoughts and just generally work with you.
Yes, thank you so much, Brian. I felt the same way. It was great to be back. We fell into it really pretty easily again.
Sure did.
To get a couple of compliments from the people who showed up here to say you guys sounded like professional broadcasters. I was like, thank you very much. I mean, we do put some planning into this, but a lot of it is just letting it flow when we're here on the air, and you did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. And, that I think spells out why I keep coming back to Chestnut Ridge. But, you guys here are tennis fans, and that comes across in the way that you guys run your programs here and make the courts accessible to not only people like me, but anybody that wants to come play tennis. And you guys run great programs here, and I can tell you and your staff and now I guess now it's it's Brad's staff now,
it's
but
Brad's
you're
staff.
still the the legendary Director Emeritus, and Olga, and we're talking about Seth Roberts, and we're talking about all the other professionals.
John
James for sure, and Akash. And these are all guys that are great.
And I think
tennis
Adam
professionals.
Marinacci.
And Adam Marinacci and Brad Macy, of
Yes.
course, sure.
Mm-hmm.
These are people that really truly love tennis and love to promote tennis and do a great job here. And here, Gary Kushnerovich, we're joined by, who we met yesterday. And Gary, what an effort. And I can see Gary getting a little bit older and a little bit more stiff. And
definitely cramping there at the end.
It came up a little bit short today. But Gary, tell us how you feeling, man?
That was fun. That's a lot of fun. I love this format. Fast 4. You have no opportunity to lapse mentally, right? So definitely some opportunities in that first set, missed by a little bit in the final there, and it definitely cost me because the second set I feel like I played much better. But then, the long day definitely starts to factor in, and quick points. He won 7 points there in the row in the tiebreaker. And it wasn't even that I played them poorly. I think I made one sloppy error in those 7 points, and he played 6 really well-constructed points. Great defense, great offense. Really, really impressed.
So let me ask you, Gary, you went through 4 years of college tennis at 2 different schools, and Henry is now just starting his college tennis career. What's your take on him? How if you could maybe you're a coach now. Think about it as a coach. What would you suggest, so he can reach that next level?
For him specifically, definitely address that forehand piece. He gets late in his unit turn with his whippy swing and ends up like chest and hips to the court instead of being able to like coil and turn the shoulders a little bit and catch that ball off to the side. He gets kind of awkwardly jammed and has to like shovel the ball back. And sometimes he gets away with it because he'll like default to a slice and place that beautifully. He did that a number of times really, really well. But definitely found that his backhand's rock solid, and his forehand, if he just continues to improve, because it is for sure a weapon when he has time. There's plenty of serve plus ones that he just crushed.
We saw that, and we were commenting how he's not just a solid player. He can take charge of a point just as well.
That was really beautiful. And the defense portion, I mean, even that match point, that's, most people give up after 3 volleys. But I think we had a 6 volley exchange. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
And he's got long reach, even for a guy who's not, immensely tall. Moves well, so definitely kudos to him. He earned the hell out of that.
Something about being mentally tall. Can you explain what that means to me?
Mentally tough?
You said mentally tall. I thought you said mentally tall.
No, he's also he's mentally tough too. There's a number of games there, and this just kind of goes to the lack of match play, tournament play on my end, where I noticed I would have like a game point or some sort of a break point opportunity, and I wasn't as crisp on those, and then as the days gone on, I have done better with them. But even in this match, there was like a number of opportunities. I think I had 40-15 and 15-40 in 2 games where I didn't convert, and that's just I think that's a lot of it's match play, and on his end, that's him playing a lot more matches and training accordingly. He played those points really smart, high first serve percentage, really, really well. Came up big.
No, I was looking in his play for some sign of nerves, and I didn't sense anything. I just
really solid.
I know what my goal is here, and I'm out to accomplish it.
Yeah, it was really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Gary, I know you want to probably hop in the shower, get some food, and take care of yourself. So thanks again for being with us. I was joking with you a little bit when I asked you about the mentally tall comment, but now that's just what I like to do.
Yeah.
But thanks again for being here with us. It was an absolute pleasure to see you again, and I believe our tournament director here has a little gift for you.
Oh, I'm excited.
We have something for you to take home with you. This is the winner's check for $850. This is the finalist check for $850. Thank you so much for participating. We do still have our trainer here if you need any work done, so that's another nice little consolation prize for you. So Darius is waiting for you in the wings. Thank you again, Gary. Really appreciate it.
You could say that you're the Arizona legislature and forget what happened on the court. He gets the winner's check.
Gary,
we'll save
good
the
to see you
politics.
again, man. Thanks for being with us, buddy. And
Always a pleasure to have you, Gary.
okay, and now we're going to ask Henry to come on in, and here he comes. And Henry, congratulations, my man. Well done. Well done. So just just click that on your collar, or that's probably the way to do that.
Go.
So Henry, man, well done. You're the first champion to come through this tournament in this particular format. It's only the second time we've done it, but the first champion to come through without a loss. Last year, the finals went to that extra super tiebreaker, but congratulations, man! You were just tough as nails all weekend. And just give us your thoughts on the match, on the tournament, and that's it. Just tell us what you think, man.
Yeah, I think the match was a good match. Overall, the tournament, I had a lot of fun. Brad ran a great event. Got 4 really competitive matches in. So I was glad to get the opportunity from Brad. This past match was my closest. Went to a 10-point tiebreak at the end. He fought back in the second set, but I think in the tiebreak I was able to string together a couple hard-fought points where he was being aggressive. I stayed in the point. Was able to maybe hit a passing shot or hit a forced error in the end, but
yeah, that match point was pretty simple to finish off, right?
5 or 6 volley exchange on that. You don't see a lot of those in tennis, but
that was a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know now that we're looking forward. We're at the end of July already. Looking forward. You're starting the first year of your college season. Start in a few weeks. What are your plans for the rest of the summer, leading up to the beginning of the college season?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on my game, keep training, keep getting physically more up to par, and then being ready right as our first match starts in September. So that's the goal. Yeah.
Well, great. Well,
I think you showed us everything today. We saw some really spectacular defense and court coverage. Then we saw a couple of times when you were down a point and you needed one and you went to a big forehand, boom, we're back to deuce. So you showed us a lot of variety, some really tremendous playing, and it was really fun for both of us to watch you play.
Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I definitely enjoyed picking my spots, when to be aggressive, when to sort of lengthen the points, and I enjoy doing that.
So what helps you make that decision? Can you share a little bit with us about lengthen points versus go for it more? Does it have to do with the score, or?
You always have a goal, going into the point, how you want the point to shape out.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe, it depends what serve you hit, whether you can get a good second ball to attack on, or whether maybe he hits a good return, you just want to hit it back deep and sort of keep it 50-50 throughout the point. Yeah.
So you have a plan, obviously, before every point. What gear you want to be in?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Good. It's in my book, Deconstructing Tennis.
Yeah.
I have a copy for you as complimentary from me.
Oh, excellent.
Gary's actually a big fan of it.
Okay.
And it's about how to spend the time between points.
Mm-hmm.
And the 4-step mental process that I developed. So in any case, I hope maybe it could be an aid for you going forward with your tennis career. Again, it was a pleasure watching you play.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Henry, an absolute pleasure to have you out there this weekend. I'm definitely going to watch you at Columbia. I hope you don't beat up on my Johnnies too bad. And but man, it's going to be an absolute pleasure to watch you over the next 4 years and see your game develop. And we hope next time we have the shootout, you're able to come back and see us again. Thank you, Henry. Well, I believe Director Brad Breakstone has a little gift for you. So,
Just so we can get this on camera a little better.
Yeah.
Trophy one more time with something in it. This is the winner's check of $1,500. Thank you very much, Henry.
Thank you, Brad.
Well done.
See, Gary's name is on that trophy 3 times. And,
Yeah.
as well as Carl Poling, who I believe will be a senior at Princeton this year, and Patrick Maloney, who you probably know as well, who's playing at Michigan. So some very, very big names on that trophy, and you earned it, my man.
And this man's the 4th Columbia player we had out in the tournament, but the first to win it.
That is correct, yes. Yeah, well, Henry, thanks
Look
again,
forward to seeing you
buddy.
again.
Thank you. So you just take off the microphone and go have a shower, get something to eat, and enjoy yourself. Thanks again.
Yes.
Whoa, thanks.
Thank you. Pleasure. Yes.
Okay, so we're going to wrap this up. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here at the 2021 Chestnut Ridge Pro Shootout. Bob, thank you again for working with me.
Thank you, Brian. And look, we have our sponsors are all up there on the board for one more quick look.
Yep. And thank you to all our assistants, Ball Kids, and Philip Oler especially, who put together this absolutely excellent production Can't thank Philip enough, and also Brad Breakstone, the tournament director, and all the fans really came out this weekend. It was a pleasure. We hope you guys enjoyed the broadcast, and we hope to see you again next time.
Yeah, Philip Oler is fantastic. I think that quite a few people were telling me the quality of the production was just incredible for a local tennis club putting on an event. So he does an amazing job. He's been trying to rein in Brian a little bit, but but it hasn't worked. But thank you again, Philip, so much for all that you did this weekend.
Thank you, Philip. See you next year, everybody.